What is up, everybody? Boston Bruins fans, beautiful afternoon to watch some freaking Boston Bruins hockey. Thank you so much for coming into the stream today. The Bruins play the Pittsburgh Penguins for the second time this week. Hopefully today is some better results, as the last game was kind of disappointing. No support from the offense, right out front to the defense, which got hammered, and obviously a ton of injuries came out of that game concerning the back end. And Brandon Carlo is out week to week. We just got the news today. But thanks, guys, for stopping in. I truly appreciate it. Hopefully, everybody is well. Huge shout out to Chris Blackie. That guy has not been to a Boston Bruins home game in like 30 years. So shout out to him and his wife for making it into Boston today to see the action against the Penguins this afternoon. So that's really cool for them. And happy. So I do have a guest that's joining me. He is at the Bear Tracks on Twitter. So hopefully he comes in soon, or the person. I'm sorry, I shouldn't assume that it's a he as of yet. But no, I'm pumped to talk some Boston Bruins hockey, about what's going on the screen as we watch it, and a general conversation about what's going on in the Boston organization when it comes to news, articles, any topics. And again, I just want to remind everybody that if you want to jump into the live stream with us and have this conversation, please, stay active in the chat, obviously. But if you'd like to join the stream and go live, hit me up on Twitter, send me a DM that you'd like to come in, and I'll consider sending you an invitation link. But pumped to be here. Michael Tripods, I can never say his name correctly, but Michael, what's up, man? I don't know what's wrong with the boys. Lots of injuries, tough time of the year, COVID. It's just, I expect this team to get much better once we get back to normal conditions. The schedule's a little, spread apart a little bit. I get the professional thing. They're all professionals. They're supposed to be doing their job and blah, blah, blah. But this is just not a very good year. And it was actually very well explained from Boston Bruins forward Chris Wagner on how the emotional toll of COVID is hampering down on some people when it comes to a mental health issue. So, it's a tough year. So I don't know. I'm a diehard Boston Bruins fan. I always want the best for this team, but this year is just, I don't know. I don't want to say give it a pass and so on. I'm not an open closed window. It is what it is. I kind of had a couple of years ago a theory that the Boston Bruins will get back into and win the Stanley Cup within a 2 to 3 year window, and that still goes true from what I said. So hopefully that happens. But lots of people in here. Great time to talk about our Patreon account. We do have a thing that we do for our listeners, our financial supporters, which are our favorite. We love all supporters, but our financial supporters are the best. But we for $1 per episode, and we record 4 to possibly 6 episodes a month. So it's a small investment. We give away a hand-signed jersey from a current player or a Bruins alumni every month. And we also give away a Bruins-related item every week. So we have a nice little friggin' thing going here for our fans. This month, it is April finally. The weather's getting warmer. So this month, we got a hand-signed Charlie Coyle jersey being given away just for $1. That's it. That is it. And I send this to you if you are picked in our Wheel O winner. Like we got alumni from Terry O'Reilly, which is a really nice one. These are from the Boston Sports and Music Memorabilia. Bruce Sullivan's an awesome person, works with us all the time. I have like jerseys out till January 2022. So we're giving away a jersey every month. It's just $1. That's it. We'd certainly support it. I mean, we certainly appreciate it. But anyway, so just chilling here. I got I'm not sure if the returning folks know, but I did retire the mason jar, and I ordered 2 of these bad boys. These 32 ounces, Boston Bruins. Always, everything is Bruins in this in the Black and Gold Productions studio. But I got the pink wick going, so going to be a good afternoon. So if you are enjoying a beverage as well, please let me know what you're drinking. Michael says first year of no Chara, post Chara era, and a first time Bergeron captain. Lots of tangibles. Yeah, sure. Lots of transition. The team's has been yet to get healthy. We started off okay. Actually, we didn't start off okay. Pasternak and Marchand were out from off-season surgeries, and we get into this time period, and we're just getting hampered, especially in the back end. Oh, they're getting hammered with the injuries. So I don't know. It's just so tough. And at this point, for me, I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it when if and when the bear track shows up. About a trade, if it should happen now, or just address your needs in an off season that with UFA's selections, and address the needs there. I mean, I think this possibly could be a transition year where the Boston Bruins are comfortable with giving these guys a look, these young guys a look, predominantly from the 2015 NHL draft, and engage if their future. And if it doesn't work this season and those evaluations don't come to fruition, then the Bruins can move on and try to hammer a free agent market that they have up to 30 some odd $1 million to spend. I believe the last time I looked at Cap Friendly in a conversation I had with somebody this morning, to go and hammer something. I know you got deals coming up with Carlo, McAvoy's coming up, and so on. So cap management can be tough, as it is every year for Don Sweeney and this Boston Bruins organization. But that's what you do when you're competitive in the NHL. You spend right up to it. And, the Bruins currently have, I think, 2.6 under 3 million right now. So I don't know. See what happens with the whole trade market. The trend is Don Sweeney doesn't make a big splash in trades, so I'm not expecting anything to actually happen. If it does happen, I'll be very surprised. And if any core members are involved, I'm not sure if a lot of our youth are going to garner a big trade thing where the Boston Bruins need to get a sniper at the right side, and they also possibly could use a left shot defenseman. That's not going to be cheap. So, and if those assets still hold value, then great. Hammer a deal. If not, I just wait till the off season. This year's been tough for me, and it's just a personal thing. I'm a diehard Boston Bruins fan through and through, and I want to see them do well. But this year is just a mixed bag of freaking everything coming at us, and it is what it is when you're playing 56 games. It's condensed under certain circumstances, COVID testing, all this. It's. I can just imagine it'd be tough if I was a hockey player. But the Bruins do have a game against the Pittsburgh Penguins today. And then it's back to back. I mean, you're splitting hairs here. You're staying at home to finish this long ass homestand at TD Garden, which I thought that the Bruins could have played better and gotten some of those points at home. But regardless, it's been good to see fans in the stands, by the way, throughout this homestand. But Monday you play the Philadelphia Flyers at home, and then you play the Philadelphia Flyers on the road on Tuesday. It's a back-to-back shitty situation. This is such a condensed month. April is just a bag full of wow. and you're going to be playing some pretty decent teams. I mean, except for Buffalo and so on, which you play 4 times this month. Is nuts. You also play Pittsburgh 4 times in April, and the Flyers 3. So I don't know. Should be interesting to see what happens. And the trade deadline is 9 days away. So not sure what's going to happen with that. Like I said, traded Don is not always one to pull the trigger, and when he does, it's never for anything that really addresses a huge need, like an offensive powerhouse point producer. It's more or less like a plug and play. I don't know, kind of move. But hit me up with the questions. I'm on the live chat. I'm a kind of, I'm not an expert or anything like that. I just love talking hockey. So hit me up with some NHL level questions. Even talk about some prospects down in Providence or around the world. I like to do my research and read and listen to so many podcasts about all levels of this organization and I watch enough hockey too. I mean, I wish Jared Pickard, what's up, man? That's my boy right there. Good Ontario kid right there. I like to get involved in all the levels of this Boston Bruins organization and not just keep the blinders on the NHL level. So, and it's good to know who's coming through the system, so you know what's going to happen. And how they're going to transition in and so on, and not be that caller like on 98.5 like 10 years ago. Who's this Marchmont kid? He's so small. He doesn't even belong on the fourth line. So, by not doing your research and not following up on these prospects, it's really hard to have an opinion on how they fit and so on. But like I said, I'm not an expert. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Jared just says it right there. I'm going to highlight it. Boom shakaraka. Always hurts the future when trading and not helping the present. Lauko up next year. Should be interesting. He's playing well. He's doing okay. I mean, his speed's there. His offensive capabilities are there. The only thing that I'm kind of seeing differently, maybe from a lot of people concerning Jakub Lauko, is his two-way game. And I know Jay Leach is always on that two-way game because that's the type of style. That's the style that's required at the NHL level, and that's what's going to garner your attention concerning recalls. If they call down and say, Jay, we need a guy that's good on both sides of the puck. Who can we rely on? And he says, he's like, Lauko is really good point-wise, but Cameron Hughes is a type of player that plays a really solid two-way game. Where are they going to go? They're going to go right for that guy that has that two-way style game because they have the trust in the system. So I think Jakub should stay down in Providence for the remaining. I mean, this is a 26-game schedule. It's almost over. Like American Hockey League, Providence Bruins stuff is almost over. It's ridiculous, and nobody knows if this is going to be any Calder Cup playoffs. I'm following Patrick Williams at I keep forgetting his Twitter. I'll get it for you just to mention it because he's awesome. And him and David Foote have a great podcast, Around the A Hockey Podcast. Highly suggest if you want to get your minor pro hockey information from league wide, follow the Around the A pod. But Patrick is at P Williams AHL. Solid follow, great guy. But he's reporting that there possibly might not be a Calder Cup playoffs, that it just might be a regular season, and then that's it. And then transition into October this year to get back into normalcy, a full 76-game schedule, and you travel and so on. Right now, we're playing interdivision. And right now, the Atlantic Division in the American Hockey League, it consists of 3 teams. It's Bridgeport, it's Hartford, and it's Providence. That's it. So we're literally playing teams like 12 to 13 times. And today was supposed to be our first out of division game. And guess what? COVID comes in, takes a big old dump on that, and cancels the not cancels, postpones the Utica Comets game against the Providence Bruins, and which was a 3:00 start. Would have been a 3:00 start, away from this year's 1 p.m. afternoon schedule, which is crazy, but I don't know, it's kind of cool. I'd like to see more hockey in the afternoon, to be honest with you. Boy, you got all kinds of awesome people. Jeremy Condren's in the house. What's up, Jeremy? Jared's still here. Michael's still here. Great. Let's highlight Jeremy's thing right here. In your view, what could Donnie do? Far as getting a powerhouse who was available, what player or players would be moved or traded? What would a realistic trade and keeping the salary cap in mind? There's a lot to unpack there, Jeremy, and I'm not really good at all of that, but I'm just gonna say on trends. Let's go on trends. Has Don Sweeney done a lot? No, not really. In trades, I think he's made trades for the sake of trading, cap relief kind of trades and so on. He's never been that really explosive guy that is so aggressive on addressing a certain need. I mean, we've all seen this right wing revolving door, and nothing's been done about it. So I don't know. I'm a trend guy. I'm a fence guy. I just say that nothing happens in the trade deadline. Well, not saying nothing. I think he'll pull that plug and play type of trade just for the sake of I have a pulse and I did something. But I think it's not just him. I think that he's being played by a marionette, to be honest with you. And I want to say that there's probably some contractual cock blocking going on from above, because there might not be a ton of money to go out and get an asset. I'm not on board with damn it, what do you call that? I can't even remember what they call it now. It's a short-term player rental. Jesus, wow, that's pretty sad. I'll take another sip of my pink wit on that note. Not on board with the rental, and here's why: because of where the position the Boston Bruins currently are. If they were a team that absolutely showed me that they were going to be a wagon this year, and they just needed to tweak a little bit, okay, I'd be okay with doing a rental. But we're barely in a playoff spot right now. The Flyers are kind of a dumpster fire, but they're only I think 3 points away. I don't know. I'm not on board with that. With everything that's going on right now, Jeremy, my personal opinion is next year is the one that they really address all the needs. The defense, the right side, with roster availability, with some potential departures, who knows what's going to happen, but they're going to have more cap space than they do right now. Boom. Jared. Guys, you guys are all full of freaking questions. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Rick Nash. I like the idea of Rick Nash. Rick Nash to me was like a Nathan Horton, a Milan Lucic, not in the fighting sense, but size-wise, and the type of player that Krejci kind of evolved around earlier in his career. So the Nash thing, yeah, I was fully on board with that. I was like, you get somebody that's won, I believe, the Rocket Richard, if I'm not mistaken, when he's with Columbus. But it's injuries, concussion issues, and so on. They happen, and it is what it is when you consider that. So I am pleased to be joined right now by the at the Bear Tracks. Hopefully, we get to put a name to the face here. But I'm going to bring this gentleman in, and here we go. Let's talk some Boston Bruins hockey.
How's it going, Mark?
It is Brent Howard. What's up,
Yeah.
Brent? Nice to meet you, man.
You too, man. How's it going?
Very good, very good. Where are you calling in from today?
London, Ontario, Canada.
Nightland.
Yeah.
Nice. That's awesome.
Yeah.
The home, not the home, but the previous playing grounds of Seth Griffith,
Yep.
and so many others. That's a franchise in the OHL that has the miles of riches, put it that way, when it comes to producing outstanding hockey talent. So
yes.
Please give a follow if you're on Twitter to at the Bear Tracks. He is Brent Howard. Brent, thank you so much for joining me today. I really appreciate it.
No problem. Thanks for having me. I'm excited.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, we've been talking about doing this for a couple of weeks now, I believe.
Yeah. So. Unfortunately, my work schedule got in the way a couple times, but finally here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Jared says 45 minutes from me. Yeah, Jared's a good Ontario kid.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Just in London, Ontario, like you said, London Knights. Grew up watching them my whole life. Patty Kane, Patrick Maroon. The amount of talent that's come through there has been quite impressive to watch. But hasn't been nothing like watching the Bees. That's obvious.
Nice.
OHL hockey's a little different.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of OHL, real quick, before we talk some Boston Bruins hockey, what's going on with the OHL right now? Have they started playing games yet?
They have not yet. They were supposed to, and then Ontario just went into another lockdown as of midnight last night, I'm pretty sure, or midnight today.
No shit.
Yeah. So I don't know if they're gonna. They were supposed to do that condensed 20-game season or 22-game season, something like that. But I don't know if it's going forward anymore. I haven't seen anything from the big guys up here like Gord Miller, Drager, anything. They haven't posted anything about it lately. So I think it's still trying to get flattened out. I know the West Coast is playing.
Yeah, the dub just started not too long ago.
Yeah, I saw that kid. He's crushing it, that 15-year-old.
Yeah.
Bendar?
Yeah.
It's insane.
Now, because of his age, did he get exceptional status?
Yes, he did. He's the first WHL player to ever get exceptional
No kidding.
status. Yeah.
No kidding. And the last Ontario guy, wasn't it? Was it McDavid?
Yeah, it was McDavid, yeah.
No shit.
And then actually, sorry, no, they just gave it to that I don't know if it's Shane Wright or Sean Wright. The kid,
I think it could be Shane.
Yes. I'm pretty sure he got it. But I think he got it for like 15 and a half. He was at that weird age, so they just let him play through the year until he turned 16.
That's awesome. Yeah. All right, now jumping out of the junior hockey talk, I had to go there for a little bit. I love talking all types of levels of hockey, and
agreed.
I really wish. Let's pause on the Boston Bruins talk for a minute. I really do hope sooner or later, and I'm not going to jump on the narrative. I love you Canadians, I really do. But there is a narrative of the Boston Bruins and not drafting Canadians, and that's why we're going through these downfall, and that's why our rookies are not like panning out and blah blah blah. It's mindless conversation to me.
Yeah.
But I do want to see them get a couple more guys involved from the country, because we all know that, we've seen some really, Jack Studnicka, you've seen the past of these players and how good they can be. I'd like to see more of it, because I remember in 2015 when you had 10 draft picks, but you covered the whole CHL. You had Jesse Gabriel, you had Jake DeBrusk, you had guys in the O, and you even had guys in the Q with Luzon and so on. So I would just want to see them draft a little bit better, maybe go a little Canada this upcoming year, depending on where they go. But
no doubt. And I was actually thinking about this exact same thing the other day, because look at what most of our core veteran, like Marshy, Bergeron, players in the past, Lucic, that have been a part of Nathan Horton, our core group that helped win us the cup. And I don't buy into the whole, oh, you need all the Canadians to win the cup. It's just something that happens because there's a lot of drafted, especially from years previous, there's a lot of drafted Canadian born players, right? So how I look into it is that I I feel like Sweeney drafted a lot on, he wanted, like you said, he wanted to cover the whole board, which personally I think he should have looked at individual players rather than, because he has a bad habit of I don't know, having his blinders on, if you will. And as we see, he drafts defensemen very well, whether they pan out right away or not. He's got a great eye for defensemen, but I just don't know if he can figure out the fundamentals that are needed in the NHL to score goals. Like we saw it with times with Jake DeBrusk. He looks amazing. He looks unbelievable. And then he drops off.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So I agree with you 100%. I would like Sweeney to look more, and it's going to be such a weird draft year, right? Like it's going to be next to impossible. You're pretty much shooting in a barrel at this point.
That's what I tell a lot of people, and they're like, we should keep the first round pick this year in 2021. We need to replenish the prospect pool, but with the inability to cross a border, a province, or a state line, sometimes with all these regulations that have been going on the past year, scouts and guys that immediately work for NHL organizations are struggling to get their true eye test. I know video can be a very good thing, as a B plan, but guys need to see the full sheet of the ice and not just where the puck's going. You get to see how character a player can be, when he's working with a trainer, he's working with talking to a coach on the bench, is he getting frustrated and so on. You don't see that when you're following the puck.
Another thing I'd like to piggyback on that with is I was listening to 31 Thoughts with Friedge and Jeff Merrick.
Two of my favorite people.
Yeah, they're awesome to listen to. And the way that they were talking about is you might see a lot of big prospects come out of this draft in the later round, right? Because once it gets down to those rounds, like a lot of Friedge was saying, a lot of NHL scouts, like you said, can't get out to where they're assigned to, or they're having troubles finding. So I heard some teams in certain areas are buying scouts for that area. They're like, okay, if we don't have somebody here, let's find a local kid. Let's find somebody that we can add to our roster for dirt cheap, that just can go out and see these players in person, right? Because that's what the eye test is awesome through the video, like you said, but it's nothing like going and seeing these kids play on the ice. You can't tell intensity. It's very hard.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a very different year for drafting. We'll see what happens, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just tweeting out this link real quick.
Oh yeah, no problem.
You want to keep yapping? Go right ahead. I'd love to hear what you got to say.
One thing I was thinking about, or one thing I wanted to bounce off you is, where are you sitting at trade deadline wise, and the fact, or the fans listening, where is everyone sitting on trade deadline? Are we looking at just go for it all, send all the picks? If DeBrusk has to go, if Zaboral has to go to get those pieces to get us to that next step that we've all been just itching towards the past couple of years, or do we play it safe and go with a Bobby Ryan, or go with a Sam Reinhart, something that's not going to cost as much but could flip like a Johansson and become a huge asset to a push in the end?
You know what? I hope Jeremy's still in here, because I want to get your opinion on what he asked, because he really sent out a real good question. I'm not an expert. I'm just a huge fan, much like you. Yep. I'm not very good at trade talk and so on, because I don't know, I kind of see all angles of everything. Agreed. And it doesn't, but he Agreed. Brings this up. So check this out. Ponder that for a little bit.
Okay. So
lots to unpack there, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. And the thing I like in there the best is he added salary cap include, like, let's talk realistic is pretty much what he's saying, because everyone wants us to get Hall, Ekblad, like Forsberg, you name it, right? But But where the cap is, how tight we are, dollar in, dollar out, it's not as tight as some teams, but that's where Sweeney, he doesn't like to he likes to play it safe, and that's where I'm questioning myself. So are we gonna get a Bobby Ryan, Mark Stahl trade for a 4th and 5th round pick? Or, is this the year he looks at it, hey, I might lose my job if I don't go all in and try and get Ekblad and somebody else, or try and get, let's say, David Savard, a nice right-handed defenseman who had a lot of upside in his junior career, and then go for 2 pieces of scoring. It's a tough thing to say because I think we're only going to have about 7 million in cap space come the trade deadline, around there from where it's going to be projected. I think that I saw that on the Bruin. I don't know his exact handle right now, but the Bruins cap space guy, he does a good job at putting that out.
Great job.
Yeah, and I saw he's got it projected around 6 or 7. I could be wrong, but I think it's somewhere in that. So if we're looking at that, well, you're not going to get Hall and Ekblad for that. You're not going to get Forsberg and Ekblad for that. Then we got to start thinking realistic. Maybe it is a Bobby Ryan, Mark Stahl situation. Maybe it is a Sam Reinhart, Yoki Hari situation. It's all going to be up to Sweeney in the end, and sometimes that's scary. Sometimes he knows exactly what he's doing. You don't know what Sweeney you're getting.
Yeah, exactly. It's 2.6 or something like that right now, but then it gets adjusted when the trade deadline comes around. I don't know. I don't see it happening. Like I said, I can actually, go with you on the plug and play, like Bobby Ryan addition, who's been, on a Detroit team right now, who's really struggling. He's not playing bad. He's kind of an inspiration to himself and everybody else for all the stuff that he's gone through, and to keep the dream alive and keep staying in the league. That's more of a, let's take a chance on it and not basing it on we absolutely need this type of player. Those are the types of trades that I could actually see Don Sweeney pulling off. It's never the blockbuster, the one that we need to make it, because in my honest opinion, I think that Don Sweeney and Cam Neely and the rest of the management staff, including scouting, are all sitting there saying, where are we right now in this Boston Bruins season? And how do we see ourselves if we were a potential long run for a cup? There's a lot of gray areas all right there when we're actually seeing it right now. We're seeing a Boston Bruins team that's depleted by injuries, but we're not seeing enough of that next up mentality where these plug and plays have been so important. Whether you're getting your first couple games in the NHL or not, you're not getting enough of it, and you're not getting secondary scoring, which you need, and you're not playing physical enough, in my opinion, to overcome a long playoff series. So as management looks at it, they might say, well, we really shouldn't make a big deal for expectations we're probably not going to see.
Yeah. And it's exactly like you said there. When it goes back to the trades for Coyle and Johansson, those were hockey moves, right? Those are strictly hockey-based moves. Donato wasn't making the step they wanted to see, so they sent him away with a pick. And Johansson, I think they just picked up with a pick. And like you just said, that's one of the main things that I think we're going to see from this. And I'll be honest, I'm not mad at a Bobby Ryan trade. Like you said, he brings heart to the locker room. Maybe he can wake a couple guys up. I know he's friends with a couple guys on the teams just from listening to different podcasts and things like that. So morale boosters always help during trade deadlines as well. It doesn't always have to be the best guy coming in. We saw that many different times throughout the Bruins runs for cups, that they bring in guys that are just heart guys, like Tommy Wingles, other players like that who, they don't put all the goals up on the score sheet, but maybe they help push the guys in the other direction. Like they were talking last night on Sportsnet about how Hyman might be considered for the Team Canada team. Well, it's because he makes players around him better. He makes Marner better. He makes Matthews better. Is he going to put up 100 goals every year? No, but he pushes those guys, pushes the play into the middle, and that's something the Bruins have not had the past month or so of playing hockey. It's been la-di-da through the middle, inconsistent passing, unsure of what they want to do. And then on top of everything, our starting goalie has back problems. So it's like, do you want to push him through this year and hurt him possibly even more, or back off a little and see what we can do with this group?
I even said that concerning the goaltending aspect of what you were saying. I brought that up last night and kind of addressed it on Twitter with a tweet. Boston Romano, what's up, man? Are you Carmine? Because you keep changing your name every time you come in here.
Am I Carmine?
No. I know who
another
you
guy.
are, Brett.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, we got people in the chat.
Yeah.
Carmine, if that's you, let me know. Say yes or no. Because I think that you were selected as our Patreon winner of last week. So I need to send you. And actually, I'll show you what you won. Signed.
Oh, look at that.
No, it's not him. Nope, I'm putting it away. All right.
No freebies.
No, yeah, exactly. I'll go back to what I was talking about on Twitter last night. I put out, I don't think this is a goaltending issue right now, even with Tuukka Rask out of the lineup. I think that the goaltending has been okay for what they had to deal with in front of them. Tuukka Rask is injured, yes, that's fine. But we're not wishing any ill will on Tuukka. I definitely want to make sure that he's going to be okay. Never make fun of injuries or anything like that. But I'm okay with a Halak and a Vladar tandem to get through this rough patch. If he might be out for 2 weeks. If he's out for 2 weeks, that means there's 8 more weeks left in the season when he could potentially come back. And hopefully the Bruins can sustain point production and climb up the standings just a little further. Let's not be on that damn line. Let's get a little further up. We don't have to be the best team. No. We just have to be a team. We need to find identity, and that's all out front. You got injuries suck. I get it. And it's happening to our defense, which is even worse. But for those mistakes that a defenseman's going to make, you need to have 2 more goals ahead of that. You can't win games if you don't put the puck in the net, and you need to shoot.
Yes, and exactly to that point. I love how there's already the kids lost 1 pro game, and there's already the Vladar. What's going on? Are we gonna get a goalie? Guys, he's a kid. Like, he's the happiest kid in the world. It looks like he's winning hot. He's doing what he loves, having fun.
Vladar's career started to take a turn for the spiraling downward the minute he went in for Halak in the playoffs against the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Oh, I know.
He was
right?
like, "Oh my God, Sweeney, another 2015 draft pick. I'm jumping out the window.
Trade him." Like, kid got thrown into a shit. Oh, excuse my language, but
no, it's fine.
A tornado. A tornado of
But like I said, I don't mind the occasional F-bomb and so on, but anything higher than that,
I'd like to keep it professional as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So Corrali's back. How are we feeling about that?
Well, I mean, it's good to have him back and healthy and so on. And
I love his energy,
But we need more of it. What happened to him the last 2 seasons?
I have no idea. And I thought Bjork injected himself into the lineup really well.
I would say the last 4 games for Anders Bjork have been my favorite since he's been.
Yeah, I love it. He's pushing plays. It's everything I was talking about with Hyman. It's just he can't finish. I don't know what's going on. This is the worst puck luck I've seen in a long time for Bruins.
Now, concerning Corrali, I think this is a big contract year for him, and I just don't see. I don't see it, and now I'm putting him into that category of Noel Acciari, Tim Schaller, and so on that are going to ask for, like, hey, I want to get a bump and raise. I want to get the $3 million. And they're going to be like, no, we'll find somebody in Providence. And Oscar Steen can come easily, seamlessly fit right into a role like that.
Yeah. And obviously first game, hard to judge or whatever, but I thought he looked good. He injected himself well. He got into the heart. He wasn't afraid. That was the biggest thing I wanted to make sure with him, with his size. And it's not just about size, right? It's size and weight. He's a little bit of a thinner guy, and like I know what that's like growing up. I wasn't the biggest guy, but you got to find your ways to get in there. You got to find your ways to push the play, get the puck to those guys that need or that can score the goals. Excuse me.
Yeah. And like Jack Edwards always says, you got to learn how to A-frame your game and stand up to these players. And you could definitely see that, like when David Pastrnak started in the league, he was going into hits with his feet like close by, which he had nothing. It was like you get him at his pivot point at the hip, and he's done. You go in A-framed and so on, you're much more ready for the hit and the reaction afterwards.
Yeah, and also, like, you see lots of time in the NHL now where defenseman's looking to take the hit. They drop the puck in their feet. All you do is give them a little nudge, pull the puck out. Wagner's really good at it. He goes in all the time. He puts himself in the right position. He can just pop the puck out because the way he comes in for the hit, the defenseman's not ready for it.
Absolutely. Well, the game has started, and I just want to make a reminder. We're at the 18-minute mark of the first period. Was locked in at 0-0. I just want to remind folks that might be here. We're not going to show you the game because we can't not do that. We will get absolutely shut down if that happens. So I hate to say it because I love you guys, and you guys are all coming in here on your beautiful Saturday afternoons and hanging out with us. But if you're here to watch the game, we just don't offer that. We're just here to we're watching the game. We're going to talk about it, and we're also going to bring up some Bruins topics along the way, and obviously offer you to participate in the live chat or even send me a DM to join us. So let me know. But we don't show the game. I just had to say that before we get too far in. I don't want to waste people's time, you know?
Yeah.
Thomas Nystrom's in the house. He designed this.
Oh, nice.
He designed our summer Black and Gold Hockey podcast merch, and he's an awesome person. I love him. I love the Grace. I love the baby. Great family. Great Connecticut family with origins down to the awesome Nashville, Tennessee. So, Thomas, I hope you're well. Sorry about your Red Sox, but you guys looked awesome yesterday with your face paint and so on. But anyway,
so we got Tenorti in as well, eh?
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, that must have been last minute. I didn't see that either.
Yeah, we had blackandgoldhockey.com writer Zach Carlone. He pretty much does our pregame articles at blackandgoldhockey.com. I just said that, sorry. Okay. But he just had a lineup of pretty much what they were practicing with yesterday, and which was pretty standard, but great. Unbelievable. Jeez. That's not on Halak.
No.
That was like the Zapruder film on the Kennedy shooting in Dallas.
Oh, yeah.
That thing went so many directions. Look at the traffic.
My goodness.
Oh, was that touched with a high stick?
I don't know it. That's what I was just going to say.
It doesn't look it there. But the other angle back there, it did. Halak's looking. They might not give it to it because Coyle touched it first. No, it counts.
No, yeah, it counts.
Shit. And once I saw Boston Romano put up scored, I was like, oh.
Yeah.
What time do you have in the first period?
I have 16:05 or no 16:07.
See, I'm at 16:12.
Okay.
So we're not too bad.
No, I won't say anything. I'll wait for your reaction.
You might not want to do that. I might jump out the window if things get worse.
So we're going reverse retro on reverse retro today.
Yeah.
I like that.
I actually like these jerseys. I wasn't a big fan when they first came out, but they're not too bad. And you know what? I think it's because I'm not a fan of white jerseys. Because I love going to games. I love having fun, and sometimes I make a mess of myself when I go. I'm a friggin', I'm a Bruins fan that loves to go out and hang out in Boston. So when
Yeah.
hanging out in Boston happens, you got to go to a couple bars that are around TD.
Yeah.
And so, and mishaps happen at the game. You might spill some freaking, some cheese, nacho cheese on your jersey. But that works great because if you have the yellow, blends right in.
Oh yeah, that's perfect. I
that's why
actually
that's why I was a huge fan when like I remember I'm 45.
yeah.
So I remember back in the day, the home games were the white jerseys.
Yes.
So I
Yeah,
was
they
a
were.
huge fan of like when I think it was like in my mid 20s, they went to the black
The
jerseys. I'm like,
dark out home.
oh, this is gonna be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. I loved one of my favorite. They're not a lot of people's favorite, but one of my favorite was the Winter Classic. The yellow ones like this, the Winter Classic. I forget what year that was. They wore those. With the cartoonish bee on them. I love those ones
That
for the
was
same reason.
2010
Was
at
it? Yeah, because the
Fenway.
year before the cup.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, those were one of my. I got a Lucic in one of those, and
Yeah,
yeah.
speaking of your Ontario neighbor, Jared Picard, in 2016, he drove from Ontario to Gillette or Boston. And it was funny because I took a train into Boston and he met me at North Station and
Oh yeah.
we drove down to Gillette and watched the 2016 Winter Classic. Oh,
No
actually,
way.
I'm sorry. We hung out at Gillette Stadium with a bunch of
Yeah.
Bruins fans.
Yeah.
The game was just, I was there for the
Yeah.
atmosphere after
Yeah.
that.
Exactly.
But nah, Jared's awesome. And he freaking just said it, we had a blast. We had a freaking
Yeah.
blast down there.
That's the one thing I haven't done. Like when the Bruins won the cup, I went to the. Oh yeah, it just hit the crossbar. When the Bruins won the cup, me and my dad drove down to Boston and we went to the cup parade, and that was the best thing I've ever done in my
Oh,
life.
that's badass, man. So
Yeah.
you were one of the 4 million freaking nutbags.
Oh yeah, yeah. We drove down, saw the parade, Red Sox game at like 2 o'clock, I think. They pushed it back, went to that, drove home. It was
Oh, that's
one of the best
awesome.
days of my life. Yeah. It was
That's
awesome.
awesome.
We actually saw Adam Sandler walking down the street wearing his Gilmore jersey. It's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Was it Gilmore, Toronto?
No, he was wearing the Happy Gilmore.
Oh, okay. All right. No.
Yeah.
Because you said
Yeah.
you're from the Ontario.
From Toronto. Yeah,
I
yeah.
assumed. Yeah.
No, yeah, yeah. He was wearing the movie one. It was pretty cool.
I was supposed to say, and he lived.
Yeah, no. Yeah, people were yelling his quotes out at him. It was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's when you get the GoPros out.
Oh yeah, I know, right?
Get Vladar in? What? Come on, you can't blame that on Halak. That was a puck that was misdirected a couple times.
I forget who said it. There's a famous quote: "Hockey's a game of inches and bounces." Right? Like sometimes you just can't control the way the puck bounces, and that's just how it goes.
And we saw that the other night with the way that the puck was seen from an angle this way, and then straight down. It's got to go completely across.
Happened to DeBrusque earlier in the year, I'm pretty sure too, when he had one ring off the bar and it bounced just on the line and bounced out. Sometimes you got to bite those. Bruce Cassidy said it best. He said, we have no puck luck.
Yeah.
Just plain and simple.
Exactly.
It's things you can do to drive it, but in the end, there's only so much puck luck you can get a game.
Blake in the house. Paul Bannister's in the house. Thank you guys for coming into the stream. We truly appreciate it. If you're on Twitter, please follow my friend Brett Howard. He is at the Bear Tracks. Thank you so much, Brett, for joining me. I truly appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. I'm having a blast.
Blake says not blaming. He says get Vladar in first, and that's why I said that. But he says not blaming Halak. He just hasn't been performing. I do want to talk about Halak, and I do believe in the goaltending we have right now, the tandem. But has his puck tracking been any little bit of concern for you at all, especially on that glove hand when he's really watching it come right in, and he's not seeing it.
Yeah, and I think what's even more confusing is how well he has been as a Bruin tracking pucks. How many times he's got the save of the week or the save of the night where he's just completely thrown his body around because he knows the puck's coming from that way. I don't know what is up this year. There's a lot of our guys standing in front of him, I've noticed, which isn't helping him out at all. And I've noticed there's a couple. He doesn't get frustrated a lot, but I've noticed a couple times he's thrown his head back, like, and that's going to happen with a young defense. But he's so used to having such an established D in front of him where they don't have to worry about or talk about that type of thing. I don't know if it's him not being able to see it or what the actual problem is, but I have noticed it as well.
There's been a couple times that it's been tipped and it flutters, and the direction's different from where he's normally seeing it from. But that's also from a lot of space where you see the puck hit it, and then you have time. I believe you have some time to like readjust. But most of the time he just watches it go right to the glove and it doesn't work out. But
no,
I don't know. That might be a veteran thing that, I mean, the guy is on pretty much playing in the last couple years of his career. I don't see him playing much longer.
No.
And
he's been playing great also the past couple years. Like,
yeah,
that's another thing people forget. He's bailed us out of a lot of times.
He reminds me of that Chad Johnson type of backup goaltender from back in the day. I mean, the guy had a 17 and freaking 3 record back in the day. I mean, he's not going to get you a ton of starting time, but he's going to be that sustainable backup that you can rely on and have trust.
Yeah, I agree. And Bruins haven't had a backup like Halak in a long time. Well, we had the Tim Thomas-Rask tandem, but there was a lot of spotty years where we were looking for a solid 1-2 punch.
Yep. And that goes back to the cheap years when Harry Sinden and ownership didn't want to freaking pay anything for, I mean, they let Ray Bourque just die in Boston. They didn't put anything around him to save a dollar. It was sad.
Yeah, I'm 28, so that was when I was a little younger. But going back and doing research and just listening to what my dad says, because I was born into this, right? My dad's a huge Bruins fan as well. Just hearing what he said. Yeah, he makes a joke. He's cried 2 days the day I was born and the day Bourque raised the cup. Just would have been a little bit better if it was in a Bees uniform.
Yeah. No shit.
So I know, man, it's nice to think that it's somehow Chara created the what's the word I'm looking for? He created this image in Boston that, we're going to work hard. We're going to everyone's going to take a little less money so we can get there and bring more people along with us because we're taking less money. It's the Detroit thing. Chicago did it before. Everyone's done it, right? But now it's starting to think, well, are we getting to this time where that doesn't work anymore? Or because you look at teams like the Leafs, and don't get me wrong, I don't want to pay $40 million for 4 players. That's the last thing I want to do. Yeah. But there's different formulas out there. And now it's starting to look at like, okay, we got Pasta for this amazing price. Maybe we need to pay a little extra to get somebody.
Yep. I've actually brought it up on the Black and Gold Hockey podcast with co-host Heather Ingerson several times. And it's like, you see these deals happening for six and so on when that a player like Pasta could get at least 8, possibly 9 on the market if he was ever out there to kind of gauge, what type of money he could get. But I just don't see sometimes. I'm like, what would it? All right, just say if Connor McDavid was available, we're spitballing right here. If Connor McDavid was available on free agency and wanted to come here and audition, what would tell him to say, geez, do I really want to be here? Sweeney's going to try to lowball me to say, hey, let's do it as a family and not as an individual. Yeah. I get that and so on. I get the cap management. I get that the Boston Bruins spend up to the ceiling most of the time, have very little wiggle room to freaking deal or do anything at all. But what is that attractive as a player? I don't think so.
when we were first place every year, and I don't know, had a little more asset, or no, I guess a little more asset management was done. Like we had Char, we had Krug, but then like you said, we're to the cap, and players want to play with really good players. Like look at Vegas right now. They're right on the cap, but they got good players playing with good players. They got them decently evenly priced, except for a couple of contracts that are a little much. But yeah, it's like you said, like I just don't know if it's appealing to players. Like, well, I don't want to take less money to maybe win or
Yeah.
to maybe have a shot at this. Like, it's a little different back when our teams were stacked, but like you said, this year's so uncertain. Who knows? Like, yeah, it's shortened season. It's always weird on the shortened seasons, right? Like especially for trade deadlines, signings, all that stuff. Like I'm very curious to see what happens this summer, especially with the expansion draft coming up.
Yeah.
Like nobody's even talking about that right now because of how weird a season this has been.
Yeah. This is my friend Mike Dalby. He cracks me up sometimes. I mentioned freaking McDavid, and look what happens. Jesus.
Well,
Mike's great.
well, we were in on Tavares, were we not? Or we were one of the teams considered?
We were in the room. We were in the room. And you know what? Pretty much that was just like a bar that was set by the Boston Bruins organization saying, hey, we got to talk to this guy.
Yeah, because if we don't.
Yeah, let's absorb this moment and how we deal with this to possibly entertain future talks with some high talented players in this league that might be available at the particular time. So I you know from being just in the area that he was going there, but you cannot hang up the phone and say I don't want to talk to another team. You know, if somebody's got something more to offer, like if somebody came in and if allowable, if somebody said, "Hey, we want you for $20 million," you think he'd pass up on Toronto? Hell yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I know. And that's the thing, right? Like I want the thing that has been going on with the Bruins lately, it seems they want all Boston born players. And I'm all for that because Boston guys play hard. Like you look at guys like Charlie Coyle, he's a water buffalo out there. Like if he gets going and he's on, there's no stopping him in the corners. His hand eye is unbelievable. I think it's up there as one of the best in the league.
Can you see the chat?
No, wait, hold on.
All right, so I have to highlight it, right?
Okay, yeah.
All right,
so I can see it.
When you said the Boston, the Boston players from Boston to Boston, I was wondering if this was prompted you to say anything. This is from Blake Garland.
This is the problem with this one. This is my problem, or from what I've heard as well. He's low money. They're gonna want a lot from him. He has ARB rights.
So he's on an entry level deal. He's making $750,000.
I think Arizona has a much bigger bidding war than people are giving them like credit for. I honestly think they have a lot of teams by the what because you'd have to think DeBrusk is something going the other way, to be honest.
Yeah, and more.
Right? Yeah.
And I think this guy is going to be a superstar sooner or later.
Yeah, his ceiling is insane.
So many people are looking at his dollar value and thinking that it would only garner a second round pick.
No, wrong.
No. This is way the type of player that we're seeing right now and the way he's playing. That the potential is like what Arizona's banking on right now.
Yes.
So it's gonna be a player, a prospect, and a pick at least to even get at the seat.
And then you have people saying, "Okay, we'll go do that and get Ekblad." Well, no, they're both going to be the same return. We don't have the assets for that.
Or how about this one? While you're in Arizona getting Garland, why not pick up OEL?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And that's my favorite one because you had everybody at the beginning of the year freaking out when the rumors came out. And don't get me wrong, I had my skeptical hippo eyes on, right? Like that's a lot of money. His plays decline, but like now you look at it, he's been playing pretty decent this year, and we've taken big hits to our left side of our defense. Did I want Sweeney to do it? And do I think he made the right decision not pulling the trigger? Yes, but you could make the argument that we really needed help on our left side this year.
Yeah, and the right. I mean,
Oh yeah. Well, this like the Kevin Miller, I love him, great player, but it was a question mark when they didn't sign, let's say, an 8th D for that right defenseman spot because you had to think at some point he's gonna need rest.
yeah. Oh
And
yeah.
Camper is great. I love Camper, but it's a weird year.
Yeah, it is. I mean, right now, just the way that we've seen the small sample size of Steven Camper, I would get him more involved until he absolutely falls flat on his face.
Yeah, Clifton has been very spotty this year.
Hollis Jackson's in the house. Hollis from the state of Alabama. He is a former Patreon winner of one of our Terry O'Reilly jerseys, and I sent that to him last month. So, Hollis, thank you. Hopefully, the family is doing well.
So what do you think about them keeping Studnicka out of the lineup? Is he not ready? I've heard rumors Butchie doesn't like his play.
I don't know. I know that
it's just getting questionable at this point.
The popular narrative is he needs to put on some size and so on, which I agree.
Okay.
I agree, but he's still in an entry level deal. I think he's on his last. So there's plenty of time to work with him.
Everyone forgets how long it took Marchand to get going.
Yeah,
he was an overnight project. Sorry.
Exactly. I don't know. I still have a lot of faith in Jack Studnicka. I think that we still need to build up the middle, and he's one of those complementary pieces that we got in, I believe, 2018. I could be wrong on that. 17. I think it was 17 because it was 16 was McAvoy and Frederick. And then So I don't want to give up.
Was back. Was it back in Studnicka? I think 17. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Sorry, but he was in the second round.
Mm-hmm.
But I still believe in his abilities and so on. And I kind of think that today's NHL is much different than previous years when there was a big aggressive movement to get prospects into an NHL lineup. Nowadays, I kind of see NHL organizations being more relaxed on their prospects and not rushing and trying to get the systems involved like a sponge. Like you're down in Providence for a reason, or you're in another affiliation, whether it be in the East Coast League or whatever, and you're just learning more. It doesn't hurt to sit there and stew a little bit. I just think that in the past they just really rushed players, and like Zach Hamill and Jordan Carons. If you remember those guys, I know you're 28 and so on, but they just never panned out at all.
No.
So.
And to add to your point, look at teams like Los Angeles, like the Kings. They have one of the best prospects pools in the league.
Don't even get me started on LA.
They put their prospects through the ringer. They do not. Like, I don't know if you listen to Spit and Chicklets at all, but Biz always talks about guys that he played with in Ontario that came up, and he watched them, like Kempe. Toffoli was already up when he was over.
I know him
still.
All. I know him well. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember Brandon Cozen. I remember Tanner Pearson, Jordan Wheel, Colin Miller,
McDermott.
All those freaking guys.
Bunch.
All those guys, because Manchester, New Hampshire is only 40 minutes away from me.
Oh, nice. Cool.
And the Providence Bruins played there like 12 times a season.
Yeah.
So I got season tickets there, and I've been going since 2001. Well, obviously not anymore. 2015, they hijacked the team and brought them to Ontario.
Yeah, to Ontario, yeah.
Yeah, they did the switch. So they put the AHL team in Ontario, and they put the Reign team in the East Coast League in Manchester, and it lasted like 2 years.
I think it folded, right?
They folded. They ceased operations.
Yeah, okay.
So, but I remember Dean Lombardi and his assistant, Mike Fuda, were unbelievable in drafting and putting together a solid prospect pool back in the day. It was unbelievable. Martin Jones was part of that. Jean-Francois Berube was part of that. I mean, so many good players. And that's why I'm a huge fan, because I got to see what Lombardi and what Fuda orchestrated in Manchester.
Yeah.
I wanted Fuda before Don Sweeney.
I think I saw you tweet this or reply to somebody the other day. I liked it. Yeah, I want you to expand on that a little more. Is that just because you saw firsthand exactly the type of deals, signings, drafting that they were doing at that time?
It was just Mike and the way he was orchestrating the scouting staff and knew exactly what he wanted and what Dean Lombardi, he might have been out back in his office smoking butts all the time and so on, but still, he wanted perfection, and perfection had to start at the beginning, where you're drafting, who you're picking up, and all aspects of getting an NHL player to rise through the ranks until he gets to the NHL. Yeah. And I think Fuda just really puts a science together when it comes to putting teams together. And I didn't see that at that particular time from a GM like Don Sweeney. I know I wrote an article about it back in the day of who the top 5 GM potentials that could come to Boston, and Fuda was right at number 1 for me all the time. Yeah. He just checked off so many boxes. That's funny. But I don't know. I'm kind of going off the rails here on the LA Kings talk, but that is my West Coast team. But
no, yeah, and I agree with what you're saying, because last thing I'll add on to that is I was listening to Free 31 Thoughts. They had a LA scout on. I forget her name. She played American hockey in the Olympics and stuff. But she was saying that they have a formula on what type of player they're looking for at every position. They know that they want fast players no matter what. If they're lacking something in one other area, well, that they better be fast if they want to be drafted by the LA Kings. I personally don't know if Sweeney has a outlook like that. I think he's looking position to just not create a culture, but draft individually to satisfy his needs, and not all the time does it work out, right? Like sometimes it falls flat.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, with these defensemen, like I'm not as critical on that 2015 draft anymore. Like just watching Lazon, Zabril, I know DeBruskman hard to watch lately, but Senyshyn has been a huge upside as of late. I love his speed. I love him. It looks
his
like
stride is incredible.
Yes. Yeah, like it looks like incredible. He took the challenge that the coaching staff gave him last year, and he really worked on it.
Did you have a chance to watch him in the Sioux?
Yes, I did. He played against London all the time.
Yeah, when he was coached, Senyshyn, we're talking about, when he was coached by Drew Bannister before Sheldon Keefe came in.
Yes.
Man, he was playing 4th line.
Mm-hmm.
And that Sioux team was deep too. It was deep.
It was very stacked.
Yeah, and he's playing 4th line, gets 26 goals. I believe he got 40, maybe not 40 assists.
He got up there. He got good points the one.
But as he rose up, and obviously departures happen with teams leaving the Sioux, he jumps up to a top 12. Top 6 role, and now he's getting 40 goals.
Yeah. Well, see. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
That's what I was kind of getting at there is, when are we going to start giving him the chance to see, like maybe throw him with Marshy and Bergeron a game. He's got the speed. He can keep up with Marshy. Marshy's pass is unbelievable. He's going to find them. Yeah. It's just whether or not he can finish or not.
For me, to be honest with you, Brett, it's about the contract. On a healthy Boston Bruins team, young kids are not going to get a shot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I just think that they want to maximize the best out of their contracts that they're currently signed with, and not bring in a kid that's making less because he plays better than somebody that might be slumping. Injury wise, as we're going through right now, these kids are getting the opportunity.
Yeah.
But this needs to happen. If you're the better player in the whole mix or the prospect pool, you need to be put in more often.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And like that's what you're seeing with these defense too. Like as much as I love Chara, right? Like there had to come a day when like we're gonna have to say our goodbyes eventually. And
Yeah.
we offered him the contract, whether it's true, whether anybody believes it or not. We offered him that contract. He didn't want the role, and that's just how the business works. There's
That's
not
true.
much more you can do about that. Like, yes, it sucks he's gone, but he's gone, and we need these kids to play. And honestly, I think they've done a really good job at stepping up in such a short time being asked.
Agreed. We got about 15 seconds,
Yeah.
14.5 remaining.
I was just gonna say, I think we're synced up now. I'm 14.5 too.
All right. All right. Let's see what we got on here. Hollis Jackson says, my fear is Band-Aids move. I'm going to highlight him, actually, because that's my boy. My fear is Band-Aid moves made, assets or picks, moves still bounce in the first round. Yeah, I'm kind of getting that feeling too.
Yeah. That's like what we were talking about earlier about do we just get a guy like Bobby Ryan and see where this core grew? Because it seems from what Butchie and Don are saying, they're looking for it within, and it's clearly not showing up. So are they saying, well, this just isn't the year without saying it? Like, that's what I'm very curious about. And we're not going to find out till April 12th at 3 p.m., right?
Right.
So that one's a tough question to answer because, like I said, you never know. Sweeney could come swinging from the ropes like, I need my job. I'm going to go out and harbor the future, but that could also be bad because we saw Cirelli do it.
Yeah, no
and
kidding.
that wasn't the greatest time to watch hockey or Bruins hockey, at least.
I don't honestly know how that guy got a Stanley Cup
He got lucky. That's what he got.
By orchestrating a lineup, driving behind the wheel like that.
Ugh.
That was crazy. Hey,
Yeah.
Brett, are you good? Are you good on talking by yourself for a moment?
Yeah, I can talk to myself. I can look through some of the comments here in the chat, and
Awesome. I'll be right back. All right.
some stuff. Yeah, no problem. All right, guys. Like you said, I'm Brett. It's nice meeting everyone out here. I'll look into some comments. Ooh, Mike Dalby. Bees never would have paid him. Never had a real chance to land Tavares, I don't think. Yeah, we talked about that. I agree with that. Yeah, Bazell, my fear. Banning moves. Okay. When you're looking from within, this Jared Picard, when you're looking from within and not letting the young offense guys get cohesion by playing together, it doesn't help anymore. Yeah, that is true. And that's what we were talking about before with the Bobby Ryan thing. Like, do you even bother bringing in somebody like that, or do you just keep the picks and this is weird year. I don't even know the word I want to bring up for it, but it's just been such a weird year. Do we even harbor anything, or do we just keep going with what we got, not make it tough on ourselves in the future, and hopefully land a couple cool, like good guys in this draft that's going to be very uncertain, but you never know. Unleash. Okay, sorry, Blake. I just saw this. Brett, please tell me what you think Barzell is better than our draftees. Well, yeah, he's better than our draftees, but the problem is there's not much we can do about that anymore. We just gotta hope DeBrusque, this is just an off year for him, or if they're going to package him to get something better, that could just be what works out for us in the end. But only time's going to tell on that one, because like you said, the Barzell thing, there was a couple guys after him too that were hard to watch go by. I don't know them at this moment. Let's see if I can pull them up.
I'm back.
All right.
Thank you very much for that, by the way.
Oh, no problem. Just got asked about that if I think Barzell is better than our draftees, and like, let's be serious. What clearly,
2015 reminder keeps coming.
Yeah,
we can't get out of this.
No, it like, what happened, right? Like, let's see. Yeah, there was Thomas Chabot. Like, if you just keep looking, you're just gonna keep shooting yourself in the foot. Brock Besser. I actually saw somebody bring up the idea: do you trade DeBrusk and a pick or whatever it'll take for Brock Besser? Because apparently he's not happy in Vancouver. They're struggling. Could be a nice swap 1-for-1 or with picks, obviously, depending on what each team is sitting.
Brock. Let's see what we got here on the old Puckpedia. I'm a big fan of Puckpedia. Speaking of Puckpedia, if you want to hear a really good podcast about Mike Fuda and working with Dean Lombardi, go check out Puckpedia's podcast with Jonathan Davis. I can't remember what the podcast is now. I'm gonna look it up right now because I have it on my iTunes.
Okay.
God, I hate when this happens. I always get brain cramp. Show me the money.
Show me the money.
Show me the money podcast, and go back into the archives and find the one that they did with Mike Fuda. An unbelievable program, and Mike just breaks down what he's talking about, and it makes you really wonder why this guy does not have a job.
Yeah, I'll definitely check that
out. But Brock, let's look at Brock on the Puckpedia, and he plays for Vancouver, correct?
Yep. Yeah, he's playing there. I don't know if first or second line, but
so he's got one more season left at 5.8. And did you mention that he has Arbrights as a UFA, as an RFA?
I think he does.
Yeah, he does. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah,
I thought you mentioned it.
Yeah. I did. Sorry, I did mention it, but I didn't know for sure.
So for me, to be honest with you, I would love that idea because he has that 1 year of term to like work with him. It's not like he's coming here. The Bruins don't do anything. Like, so let's just say they don't make the playoffs and they get bounced in the first round. Is that attractive for a Brock Besser to be like, oh, I really want to be here to see this disaster? Or let's see what happens this season and how this organization can put the pieces together with me on it to be a successful year next year and to have that space to talk to an RFA.
Well, another thing too, like, what are we doing with Krejci, right? Like, hopefully he stays, but like we saw what happened to Krug last year.
Yeah, he walked. Chara walked.
Yeah, like
sometimes I get the feeling that the way they dealt with Krug and the way that they dealt with Chara, I think that they could do the same with David Krejci.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, and I would hate to see him go. Obviously, like I think he's one of the best Bruins playoff players like I've ever seen play. The guy just turns it on. But then again, it's like, are we playing? You got to play the whole season too. I know it's been a weird year. It's hard to, reflect on anything, any points or percentages that have been going on this year because shortened season. The uncertainty of if they were even going to play or not, whether or not guys trained in the off season as hard as they should have. So, like, that's the whole thing about DeBrusk. I would like to see them keep him unless it absolutely helps us right now and for the future going forward. because we've seen shades of DeBrusque where he's an unbelievable player, and he's the player that we drafted or we looked at like we drafted.
Huh. Wow, I'm just getting some news.
Yeah.
No, it's about draft stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody here said Krejci walks, bring in Barkov. But do you think Florida gets rid of Barkov? Sorry,
I
that
don't know.
was
That was
Jared again. Yeah.
Jared Pickett. Yeah, and there's another one I'm gonna have to look up because if he's Florida, right? Florida's doing good too.
They look good. Man, that was so awful to watch with Ekblad.
Yeah. Oh no, I can't watch that stuff.
The season he was having. Ugh.
Barkov's got one more year at 5.9. He's a full UFA, so and he's a captain right now, so I don't know.
Yeah. I saw something saying he doesn't want to talk contract during the season.
Yeah. So that means he is probably going to take a small step on free agency just to see what he could garner in prices. So that might be something. Yeah.
Well, and you see a lot of people, a lot of guys doing that as of late with free agency, really tested the market, but then also just still signing where they were originally at the year before, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be a very different off season, that's for sure.
Yeah, that is weird. If he doesn't want to talk during the season, that means to me he's probably going to wait till 21, 22.
Yeah.
But this is an interesting one, and this comes up so often. Blake says, "Why not try for Hall?" I don't see anything that screams to me that we need to get him. He seems like he's struggling on a Buffalo team that is struggling, and I want from now on I want to trade for players that are currently doing some kind of point production and not long stretches of pointless action. It doesn't work for me. That was one of the frustrating things that I got when the Charlie Coyle thing happened. I know Charlie Coyle was a good player, great complimentary player, but it was his streakiness. And everybody came out to me and just said, hey, you got to give the guy a chance to get into a different location. He's coming home. He could be playing better. All those avenues came at me at once, but I was just more concerned on those 20 some odd games that sometimes he didn't even register a point. Not even his secondary assist. I was like, and it wasn't because of Donato.
No, yeah, and I agree with that. And look what we're dealing with right now. I know it's not as bad as it was when he was in Minnesota. I don't think he was able to establish himself there and really find his name. I think coming home did help him. But like you said, we're seeing that streakiness from his past come back a little bit. And it's, like I said, it's not as bad, but it's bad when your whole team's struggling and your whole team is in a slump right now. And those are the types of guys you need to pull them out of it, right?
Yeah. Brett, as a Chicklets fan yourself, and I know you are, this is from Jared. This is so freaking biz nasty right here. The sales tax.
No state tax, yeah.
Yeah. It is.
That's hilarious.
I mean, that's an avenue you have to consider. I mean, players like to stay in areas like that where they maximize the most money, but also great area to live if you're like a golfer or outdoor activity type of person.
It's not a far rip down to Miami either, which is pretty intriguing to some players, right? That's a big thing with now Vegas coming into the league, and like Biz always talks about all the state tax and different things.
Oh yeah.
You see a lot of players migrating towards those warmer spots and those places where they can make a little more money. I remember when Stamkos was thinking about going back to going to Toronto before he signed his last contract. He would have made half the money he's making in Tampa Bay.
Sure.
To him, it's like, well, you get to play, go to the rink in shorts every day. It's a pretty big gig.
maximize your contract to the fullest and still
Yep.
play on a team that I would say the past 10 years would be probably the best constructed organization I've seen in a while. To be
By
honest
far.
with you, I mean, and it's just getting better with your compliments of Kucherov and
Oh my
and
goodness.
other players and
Yeah.
Sergachev and so on. It's
Well,
it's amazing.
that also kind of goes back to when we were talking about drafting and how Sweeney's almost has his blinders on. Like, look at a guy like Stevie Y. He's got his feet in every pool you can think about. Like, you look at that team, it's like the United Nations over there. They got someone from everywhere, and they know how to. They look for the same thing every time. Gritty players that can skate well, move the puck well, and can finish when it comes down to it. And that's just something we've been lacking lately. Not Stadnika's looked good, like we said, like those types of players, but at some point, like, we're seeing other teams' prospects make jumps and steps a lot faster than ours, and it's just getting a little concerning at this point.
Yep, I totally agree.
I'm gonna run out for one sec. I'm just gonna be like a couple minutes, okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you so much
Mark.
for being here.
Yeah, no problem.
This is a very good point. Stamkos takes full contract home, where Toronto is 30% tax and weather sucks. So true. Well, Canadian tax is high. I don't pretend to know much about it, but I hear the Canadian tax is high because of the free healthcare, which isn't a bad thing for a lot of people. So kind of weigh the good against the bad. Jared, what do you think about that? Because I'll be straight honest with you. I run a sports media company, Black and Gold Productions LLC, and I've been considering. No, I'm not going to say that. But if I happen to leave my job, put it this way: they were quoting me like $900 to $1,000 a month just in healthcare. And it's crazy. So it's like it's like forcing me to pretty much stay at my regular 40, which I love my job. I'm a big fan of what I do, but I'm also a big fan of my second job and everything that Black and Gold and the group that we have, the 25, 28 writers that we have, the podcasters. It's all a lot of fun. We run it like a business. We run it like a steam train that's coming at you hot and heavy. But I would much rather take a huge step and do this full time, but it just can't happen. That's like a mortgage payment for a freaking house, and you're just covering your ass in healthcare. So, but anyway, thank you so much. Mike Dalby's in the house. He's got a nice little question here. He's always full of energy when it comes to these live streams and all these questions, and I truly appreciate it. Discuss how the Bruins need to be sellers. Short discussion, Mike. Where they're at right now, I'm not overly sure that they should go all out. I really don't. Kind of think that if they were a little above the standings and they just needed that kind of tweak, they'd go out and kind of be that type of player. But that's pretty much addressing the now and not the future. I want a deal to happen that is going to address the future and not just a rental. Clovis Roy's in the house. Hopefully my boy Clovis is good. And Brett is back. If you guys aren't following Brett at the Bear Tracks, please freaking go to Twitter and follow this guy. He's a very intelligent Bruins fan from the north, and I know Clovis is from the Maritimes area, I believe, of Canada. Jared's from the Ontario area, so we got a bunch of great Canadians in the house today. I love it.
Yeah.
But oh, sorry.
No, just back. I was just gonna say, just back in time for the period here. There's showing up all the college players right now. and from both teams. There's a lot. Oh, wow. Let's see what we got in the chat here.
Huh. Yeah, there's a ton of people. Clovis, hopefully you're doing all right. I know you've been laid up lately.
Yeah. I wonder if we're gonna see a better push this period. I know I didn't think the play was that bad, but
yeah, I mean, besides the score, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah,
but
no. I'd like to see a big game out of Pasta today.
Oh yeah.
You know,
oh yeah.
Woo!
Oh yeah. Nice.
There we go. That's exactly what I was talking about. Bergie. There we go.
Nice. Let's go. LFG.
Yep.
Let's freaking go.
You got, man, this kid, he's a good goalie, Casey DeSmith, but he's not as established. If you just put people in front of him, look what's going to happen. Look, driving the net, I like Smith on this line. I think it brings that Nathan Horton style of grittiness that Bergeron and Bergeron and Marchand have not played with in a long time.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, you saw that net front presence, man. That was like the 3 players right there instead of just one, and being outnumbered in that certain area, almost 2-1. The Bruins sometimes make the goaltenders look way too good because they're shooting right at them and not there for secondary opportunities.
That's what my biggest problem with Grzelcyk sometimes is. I know he's looking for the tip, but he's got such a great shot. I would love to see him try and pick a couple more corners than he does, because you can tell when he tries to and he pulls across the line like he does. He's so good at it. I just would like to see him do it a little more instead of that pass style of defense that they're used to playing. So we got. Attaboy, Pasta.
Yeah,
there we go.
That's the way to get out of the freaking little slumpage.
There we go.
And he takes the puck. What was that?
Yeah, he wants that. I don't know. I think it's just he's in a slump and he wanted out of it, unless I missed something.
Yeah, and he must be on a point thing. Let me look at his points.
There we go again. Look at that. Krejci pushing the play down low, gets behind the defenseman. Guy out in front, net front presence. This is exactly what we've been looking for. This is awesome. That's what we need, guys.
No, he's got 195 goals. That must have been just I'm looking at the milestones. Yeah, I mean, that's his first point in 3 games, so must be something to celebrate.
Imagine being that good and that being your slump.
Clovis says 2 lines are awake.
Yeah, now this line's pushing it too. Yeah, I think that was 2 goals in 34 or 32 seconds. So that's you love to see that.
Yeah, exactly. What a response. I bet you Bruce went absolutely freaking haywire in there. Like, you guys need to wake up. Let's go.
It's what he's been saying though. We're not getting to the net and we're not putting the puck where the goalie isn't. It's just as simple as that. Like you said, we're shooting in his chest too much. There, you saw lots of movement in front of the net. Just that's exactly what you want to see. So now we got Camper and Grzelcyk together. That's interesting.
Camper and Grzelcyk?
That's an interesting pair. I don't know if Camper was just out there late.
And what did they start? I got to look at the Boston Bruins starting lineup.
All right, let's see the kids go. I love this fourth line. Frederick, Studnicka, Senny. Let's go.
Yeah.
I would love to see. It would just boost the confidence of that line so much, and it would do a lot. In fact, of showing like, hey, maybe we don't draft that bad.
Yeah, but
maybe we just need time.
Yeah, exactly. And Jack Edwards. Shit. Yeah, so many people just want to rush a prospect from the draft podium right to the NHL. Shiny new toy theory, I call it.
Well, and the thing is too, like you look at players like Hughes, Kako, like they're players that don't come from the OHL system or CHL system, sorry. So they're able to hop in sooner, but then it goes back to what we were talking about with teams like LA. They got Byfield down in the minors right now because they know that he's not NHL ready. They don't want to shoot his confidence. They have him down there and he's tearing it up. He's doing exactly what they want him to do. And to me, looking at LA, they're in a different situation, but they're waiting on their prospects and it's really paying off for them.
Jared brings up a great point right here. Too many outside shots over 30 feet away. And I want to touch on what Andrew Raycroft and Billy Jaffe said on their the Morning Brew Hockey podcast. They said that, oh, come on.
Oh, guys.
They said that they don't have enough shots within 15 feet, which is a critical area of the game, right near the hash marks and so on. So you got to get tighter in that game. And I think we're seeing that with the two Bruins goals so far in this game. But we're also seeing the defense in that same area, not the coverage is being blown. Yeah, no coverage there at all.
Yeah, what was that? That's the best player in the world, or one of the best players in the world. You
Don't let him like that.
Yeah. He's got the best backhand saucer in the league right now. You can't underestimate that guy.
Per Jack Edwards on his pregame lineup, Zaboral and Kampfer were the ones that were working to get so far.
Eventually. And did he have McAvoy and Grzelcyk together? Because then Kampfer might just been out long.
He did.
Yeah, okay.
And
then
Tenody and
so
Clifton
that must
was
be
the third
right.
pairing.
Okay, so here we go. We got the first line buzzing again. They look like they're ticked off.
I could definitely see this being like a 6-7 Bruins win.
Yeah. Yeah. But sorry, the goal kind of interrupted what you were saying about the shots close in, and for his question to get answered. I saw something too posted. It was quote tweeted recently with the zone hotspots, and it was our game against Pittsburgh last night. All of their shots and goals were inside of the home run area, or sorry, the home run area. The nice house inside the inside the hash marks. All of our shots were from the boards, from the blue line, and it's not going to win you hockey games, especially if we don't have the net front presence like we've seen here today. It's been very lack thereof for the past couple games, and those shots aren't going to do anything if no one's in front of the net.
In my opinion, to touch on that and the outside shots, also in tiles, I just fumbled that word, is the way that they've been playing. So when you are skating along the boards and you're trying to work your way in from the defense like that, that's where you're obviously going to get your most opportunities to take a shot. You got to get in closer. You got to get in the middle, like you talked about. We don't have a middle game. We're coming from the wings in and don't have anything straightforward. If you get that game straightforward, I just think the Bruins are working on the premises of let's go wide, work our way in, and expect somebody to be there all the time to create havoc for the defensemen, but also be there for secondary opportunities if a shot actually comes through. we all know that these shots are not coming through and they're not very accurate to create those opportunities. So that presence normally isn't there where it should be.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. And sorry, I'm just looking at this. What did we get that? Oh, McAvoy put his hand on the puck. I thought
is
you
that a
could do
delay
that in the
game?
defense.
No.
It wasn't in the crease.
Yeah, it wasn't in the crease.
I'm confused. Well, we got a penalty. Closing hand on the puck. Wow.
Yeah.
Haven't seen that in a long time.
So if it was in the crease, would you call it a delay game?
I think it would have been a penalty shot. I think. Hand on the puck in the crease.
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Those situations don't happen so often that I keep my mind repetitive,
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like that. That's because from the angle I first saw, I thought that's what happened. I was like, great. Because everyone went to the center ice. I saw Krejci barking at the ref, so I was curious what happened there. The only positive.
Come on.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
And I was just about to say one positive we've had lately is our penalty kill.
It's like
they beat me to it
with a bolt of lightning, my friend. Jesus, come on, guys! Like I said, this could be a high scoring game.
Oh yeah, because I would like to say we're not playing that bad, but that is tough to watch. Yeah.
Oh, Camphor. Jeez. Oh, and I spoke so highly of you earlier.
I know. So, see, if it's a low ask, would you be interested in a David Savard? He plays like a Bruin.
Yeah, he addresses he checks off boxes so much when it comes to the Boston Bruins narrative. Yeah, I would.
The question is, what's the price, right?
Yeah, exactly. And let me look at the old Puckpedia.
Yeah.
You don't have numbers on him, do you? Because I'm pulling it up right now.
No, I'll check. Hold on.
I got it. He's got he's a UFA after the season, only at 4.2 for a 30-year-old right shot defenseman.
He's having a rough year too.
Yeah. Well, isn't Columbus not like exactly?
They're not that great.
Right.
They're having a rough year. Like I think they lost to they've almost lost every game to Detroit this year, I think. But doesn't say much. We've lost a lot to New Jersey, so
all right. Come on, boys. Step it up here.
Let's see. I noticed our own net front presence has been very thin lately.
It's been terrible.
Yeah, like where we once were so good at clearing everything out in front of the net. I don't know if it has something to do with Rask plays a different style than Halak. And I noticed when Rask is playing, they're very protective of him just because of the injuries he had, I think, in his career. I don't know if they give Halak a little more leeway and it kind of bites them in the butt in the end or like what's going on. But like that last goal, Camphor, like that was just textbook stick down, like he got caught looking left to right. I don't know. It's very confusing that we were so good in our own end and clearing the puck out on a penalty kill, but
Lloyd comes in hot. Jesus.
All right, from the top ropes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The goaltending for me this year is regardless of what situation, the guys out front have to have better support. And it comes down to what we're talking about right now and what you just said, Brett. It's the man-to-man coverage needs to be better. Like Camphor, Tenorti pinched in just way too hard against the boards there. Don't give him a ton of space to be creative and get closer to the net, but also position yourself that you can be prepared for both scenarios. But Camphor not having that guy in the back door. And that's actually twice that happened. That side over
Yeah, it
there is
happened
been
the game
exposed so
before
much.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. So now we're going on like 3 scenarios that they
yeah,
just leave
yeah.
the guys wide open because the man-to-man coverage is just not there.
Yeah, for a team like who I said, one of the best, one of the I don't know if we're still number one, but we have one of the best penalty kills. So that means that means that you can get the puck out. You're just not. And you can block those areas, but you're just not when it's 5-on-5, which I just don't understand.
Yeah. Mark McDonald's in the house. He is the owner and operator of Bruins for Life, the Facebook group that has
Nice.
25K,
Nice.
25,000 fans. Unbelievable. Great group. Welcome to the stream, sir. I appreciate it. Mike Dalby, are you
How's it
convinced
going?
yet that they are sellers? Are you? I don't know. This guy just wants to
No.
blow it up. This guy wants to have two fistfuls. He wants to double fist dynamite and just walk into this Bruins locker room, blow everything up, and just put the pieces back together. No, I
So to people who been seeing say those things, what are we thinking about blow it up? Like, are we talking Krejci? Like, who do you want to get rid of? We have a core. It's kind of hard to. What are we going to get rid of? Bergeron? We're not getting rid of Marchand. You're not trading McAvoy. So what are you really blowing up at this point? You can't blow up a bottom six and become a cup contender. It's just not going to happen.
yeah, you also have to have again other teams that are interested in those assets
And
and
have
what
the assets to trade.
and what we're seeing from our bottom six lately, besides Frederick and his jam that he brings into pretty much every game. Sometimes I think he's sheltered in what his role is right now, but we could talk about that
Yeah.
later. But
Yep.
no, I wouldn't. I don't see what's so attractive about a bunch of guys that are underperforming at pretty much cap friendly deals.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, like, okay, the trade Tuukka Rask thing, that narrative. Well, first of all, he has back problems. He's getting older. Not a lot of teams are going to want to pay a bunch for him, even if you were to trade him, right? So I don't think the answer is trading Tuukka Rask, but I don't know. It's tough. You got your Tuukka haters out there, and they won't listen to anything but.
No, because what they're going to do is once Rask retires or whatever happens, they're going to transition all that hate onto another goaltender.
Yeah, and it's already started with Darth Vladar out here.
I know.
What an awesome nickname, eh?
I don't know. I'm not a big Star Wars guy, so I get lost in that whole transition.
It just makes me
don't
laugh.
ruin this for me. Call him Vladdy.
I like Vladdy because I don't know. We got the Blue
Impaler,
Jays up here. Yeah, there we go. We're starting to get the bumper going here with Bergeron.
Smith needs, and that's exactly where Smith needs to shoot more.
Yeah,
right in between the circles and the hash marks. Perfect spot for him to nice release.
And I don't know if it's just me, but I find he almost gets anxious and fires a little too early sometimes. I notice he gets a little trigger happy, and that can work out for you. But if you're not getting high scoring chances, you're just shooting it in the goalie's chest, like you said earlier.
Yep.
So I'm really curious about. Did you see Wagner's comments about his mental health lately?
Yes. Yeah, that was surprising, but
I didn't know.
Mostly, I think needed to be said that maybe some of the players, maybe he is a one that cracks the code on others saying, this is why I opted out because I didn't want to play in this situation, or this is scary, or it's not like we're allowed to do anything, so don't expect us to perform at 100% when our mind's not involved in it, when we can't be repetitive that we've done for so many years, whether it be developmental hockey, professional hockey, college hockey, no matter what. This freaking COVID crap came at us at a very high speed rate and ruined a lot of things of the progression of how life is orchestrated on many occasions.
Yep. And you hear also too, it's not just yeah, they're not in a bubble anymore, but they technically are. They can't do anything. When they're at home, they're supposed to stay at home. Like when they're in their home arena, they're not supposed to be going out for dinners, hanging out with other players, right? So it's like it's another year like we've never seen before, and I don't know. You're not going to know until later on whether it was affecting players or not, and which players it was affecting or not. Like we found out with the bubble later on that players were very affected. It put a lot on them. We saw it on with our own Tuukka Rask, like, and what happened with his family situation, which was awful to watch. Right? You just feel for the guy.
Mike Dalby is always coming in the chat hot. He just wants to blow everything up. He's like, so you're good with being not cup contenders at all, watching players' value drop even more, and this team headed for dark times for much longer than they need to. No, I just don't. You know what? Of course I'm concerned about how this team is going to be orchestrated and so on for the now and the future, but I don't freak out about it every time.
No. And it's things that happened in the past that nobody has control over anymore, correct? Like we have to we're in a weird situation with having been able to get back into the playoff race just after a minor rebuild, if you will call it, and back into the Stanley Cup Finals. And not a lot of teams have the privilege of that, but it does come with, like, it does handcuff you a little bit when you're not finishing in the top 10 for the draft or even around there. We've gotten lucky with our Pasternaks, our McAvoys, but other than that, right? Like, what, are you just not going to go for it when you got a top line like ours? You got to try at least, right?
Yeah. You got to have a confident GM to do stuff like that. And
That's
what Mike Dalby is typing in the chat, you got to look at it from many different avenues, Mike, and not just your passion for Boston Bruins hockey. You have to have a GM that wants to make these moves, and if he doesn't, he doesn't. It is what it is. Don't freak out about it. It is a bit, yeah.
Yeah, it's money maker, right? Like that's the main thing. So, I love the whole trade Pasternak comments I've been seeing lately.
Oh my god! Somebody tagged me in one of those.
I think I saw
wonder
that.
if it was Clovis, somebody on Twitter. They're like, "Oh no, it was Macaulay, something Macaulay."
Okay.
He just says, "Mark, what do you think about these? And do they hold water?" And I was like, "Oh my god, are you serious?
No.
The guy is going through a minor little slump.
Like
3 games without a point, and everybody wants to get rid of him. Jesus, this is like Charlie Coyle going through 20 games, but he's got good puck possession. We gotta keep him."
Yeah. Oh yeah. Bruins fans make me laugh.
I get the passion,
Oh yeah.
I get the passion of the armchair GM theory and so on.
It's an original 6 team. You're gonna get the super fans. It happens.
My biggest thing is as a fan and as a researcher and so on, I just like to see how they recover. I'm not about blowing it up to address the now or the future, but how you recover from certain situations. How is the Boston Bruins organization, as an ownership view, going to look at the job of Cam Neely and Don Sweeney over the next remainder of the season into next year? Are they going to have jobs?
Especially if 2015 was so such an eye opener for some people on Sweeney's drafting abilities. Like we talked, he got some great defensemen out of that draft. Yeah, they took a little longer to pan out, but like, is that a worry for people in the Boston organization? Like, if we do, when the time comes where we do need to start trading players for picks and assets, well, is this the guy we want, holding the flag? Is this the guy we want marching us down the aisle? I don't know. Honestly, it's going to be, I personally don't, but it's whatever the management thinks. It is a business. If they like the way that he saves money, they're just going to hold on to him.
Yeah. I think if these two tops of the Bruins management are actually in a corner by ownership and says, "Listen, we got to do something. Know your job's on the line." Until then, I don't know. In the trend of Trader Dawn and so on, it's I don't see it happening.
No.
I mean, he's no Rutherford. He's no David Poyle or anything like that, who's been in the league for a long time and is a risky GM. Those guys take huge risks, and look at their trade history. It's just amazing on how much turnover they've done.
Like even Yaro Kekalainen, like that guy, he will go all out. He's crazy.
Exactly.
Didn't they?
He was a former Bruin.
Yeah, I did know that actually. But didn't they only have like 2 draft picks the one year they went all in for it?
Yeah.
I think they had like a 4th and a 5th or something, and like that's really, if people want Sweeney to do that, that comes with like baggage like afterwards down the line, right? Like we've seen it before. We haven't had a first round pick, there was times where we were trading our first round pick almost every year.
Yep.
Absolutely. And the Rick Nash thing everyone brings up, but like injuries, like you can't. What are you supposed to do, right? Like,
it's a gamble.
Exactly. Like he's one of the most creative goal scorers of all time. You got to, if you can, and it works at the moment, you go for it.
Yep. And he checked off a lot of boxes on the, as a prototypical Bruin and somebody that could work well with Krejci and so on. That second line, even secondary scoring issues back then. But it's everything in sports is a gamble, whether it be, injuries or so on, or concussion history, which obviously ended his career.
Yeah.
Which is unfortunate, but thankfully he's
that what we're seeing. I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say thankfully, Rick Nash is okay. He's made it some good career earnings. I think that he'll be okay. Him and his family will be fine, but still, it's hard to leave the game like that too.
I'll admit, I watched him when I was a kid. He played for the London Knights. He's one of my favorite players growing up. Like, it was awful to see, but you'd rather somebody end their career early than their life getting ended early or having ramifications from getting hit in the head enough. You see it in other sports.
Jesus, freaking Yaro's getting shelled right now.
Yeah.
3-2 with 5:40 remaining in the second period. Come on, guys.
We need to see another push like at the beginning of that period.
Right now, the defensive pair for the Bruins is Grizzly and Clifton.
Yeah, I've noticed it's been changing up. See, that's what I'm curious about with
watching
Kasha.
Game Center.
Oh, are you? Yeah, same actually.
Yeah, I'm watching Game Center, so now it's still Clifton and Grizzly. It hasn't changed.
Okay. But with this Kasha situation, are we seeing that? Oh, nice. Attaboy.
Yes. Mark McDonald pumps in the nice. He's a maritime guy, probably very close to the Marchmont freaking area of the Nova Scotia, where he comes from. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I have family 45
seconds behind.
So.
Jared's like, you're 45 seconds behind. It's funny. I always thought that signals would be better the closer you are to Boston, but it's pretty funny when guys from Canada freaking
they're ahead.
Yeah, they're ahead. It's like that makes no sense. Yeah, just because you guys invented hockey doesn't mean you have to have the best signal.
See, like this is like I was talking about with somebody. This isn't gonna happen every game. Marchand's not gonna. Our top line isn't gonna push this every game. There's games where we need the secondary scoring.
Oh my god, this is getting good. Oh man, freaking Marchand's freaking hacking his stick.
Oh yeah.
Him and Letang.
Oh come on.
Oh, Jeez.
They played together in the queue, eh?
I know. They played at
Yeah.
Val-d'Or.
Oh, here we go. McAvoy grabs Crosby. He's like, I'll take this guy. Oh, here we go. Oh,
Mark
Marshy's
McDonald's
going after
position.
everyone. Come on, bud. It's going to be weird next year seeing Marchand, Crosby, and Bergeron on the same line at the Olympics.
Oh, Team Canada.
I saw the projections for Team USA. It looks pretty good. Younger team, though, for sure.
Yeah. Jeez.
Yeah, Mark, they do that sometimes, Mark McDonald. I've seen that before where they show the Nesson feed on Sportsnet here locally. I don't know if they have a deal with them or what, but it's Jack Edwards and everything most of the time.
All right, so if they're willing to show, if Sportsnet is willing to show the Nesson feed, then why don't they make Nesson so readily available for Canadian fans?
I've been
I
wondering
don't
this for
understand
years. I don't get it either because I would just pay Nesson.
Exactly. We lost Brett for a little bit. He must have hit something, but I will get him back in as soon as he hits the link to get back in. But yeah, I mean, it's like so many of my friends up north. They're just like, it's so hard for us to watch the games and so
Sorry
on.
about that, Mark.
No worries, man.
I don't know what happened there. I lost you, but yeah, I would just pay Nesson. Sorry, that's what I would want to do, right? Because like I pay this, but I really am only watching the Bruins play because most of the stuff. If I want to watch a Canadian Battle Alberta or something, it's blacked out because I got to watch it on TV.
Yeah, Clovis, you're getting Nesson in Eastern Canada, but are you paying for it?
No, yeah, because they have
That's
an
the
app,
question.
right?
Yeah, they do have an app, but I think you have to be in a certain
You do.
range to actually
You
use
do.
it. Mike
Yeah.
Dalby's coming in with a question, so get ready to like put the bomb squad uniform on because this is probably
March
going to
out.
be a lot of shrapnel coming at you.
Oh, Marshy sticked Letang right in the face. Hopefully he doesn't get like a double minor.
Yeah, he was swinging pretty hard in there.
Yeah.
Letang roughing against Marchand slashing against Letang. Bergeron.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. TV timeout. All right, so Mike comes in. I'm going to highlight it.
There.
Oops, not the right one. Krejci, Rask, Bergie near the end. Marshy closing in. At very least, all closing to decline starting or being done, walking away for nothing in RFA.
Well, we kind of talked about this a bit with Krejci. It is an unknown after seeing what happened with Krug and Chara last year. It's truly an unknown. I don't think we're gonna know. I think Sweeney keeps stuff tight to the chest, and it's really tough to say. I would love to see none of them walk away in a perfect world. I'd see them love to win like 2 or 3 more cups, but like this is a business, like we've been talking about.
And he follows up with this: who fills these top 6 forward spots in the pipeline?
I think you're seeing them right now.
Yeah.
And then I always pronounce his name wrong. Lauco.
Lauco. Yep.
Lauco. I think he could be something.
Yeah, he could be something on the left side. You could shift Frederick back to his natural position at center. You can shift Studnicka into his natural position at center. There's
Oscar Steen.
Yeah, I mean, there's complementary pieces. I messed that up, but there's nothing that's going to blow you away in the prospect pool of the Boston Bruins. We get it.
No.
So, until they can draft better I'm not going to bring it back to 2015. Mistakes happen. We're all
Yeah.
human. I'm done with the narrative.
Yeah.
But this sport, this is not the final year of the sport. They're going to
No.
draft a little bit better. They're going to get some players, and they're going to retool. Is it as aggressive as a lot of the Boston Bruins fans want it to be? Of course not. But I'm not going to freak out about every little thing this Boston Bruins team does because they're not doing good right now.
And the more you compare DeBrusque to Barzal, it's not good for anybody. We get it. Whatever happened, happened. Like you said, mistakes were made. We just got to hope that management learned from those mistakes and are going to move forward in a different way. That's the only thing we can hope for.
Totally agree.
Jeez, Halak. See, there's that puck tracking you were talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's not seeing it.
Looks like we're getting a power play here. 4-on-3.
Yeah, I was surprised Krejci didn't get an even up there. He was punching what's-his-face in the back of the head pretty hard. All right, we got Berge and Pasta together. Let's go.
Oh, jeez, trying. That was close. Pasta. Still got a power play. Now it's a 5-on-4.
Yep. Oh.
Minute 30 to go. Oh, 2:25 remaining in the second period. Locked at 3.
Come on, lot Marshy. Better effort today.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Different team than we saw the other night. You see, but I was saying to somebody, are we that third period team we were a couple of years ago where I can't pull it together first 40 minutes and then the fire gets lit under the ass in the room or what?
I remember that. I talked about it on the podcast so many times that this team would be all in it, but they were gassed out with 5 minutes remaining. Like the Ford final 5 was the worst part of the game.
Oh, every time you heard it, you're like, just don't say it.
Yeah, I know.
There we go. Oh. Kretsch.
Nice feed.
Right in front.
Nice feed.
Right in front.
That's for Chris Blackie right there. Chris Blackie, that's for you, my friend. He's in the house. He's actually at this game. Him and his wife.
Nice.
Him and his wife are there. He has not been, or this is her first time. He hasn't been in Boston for 30 years.
Wow.
So technically, he hasn't been since TD Garden opened.
Wow.
Because I haven't been out of high school for 30 years, so yeah.
Yeah, because I saw one game at the old Garden, but I was like 5, and then I've seen a couple games at TD Garden. It's a long drive though. Definitely worth it.
Glad to see you're in the house and got to see it. Your boy, actually.
Okay, so then Mark, the question I got for you today, and I know somebody else might be already wanting to ask it. When the team plays like this, yeah. When the team plays like this and we see this Bruins team we know and love, hard net front presence, other than a couple hiccups with the young defense, is this the team you trade a first round pick to get better for?
Like we talked about earlier in that whole first round pick. Yep.
Yeah.
I would do it. I would do it. I would just do it because
this is a playoff team.
I'm a hoarder. I'm such a hoarder of first round picks, and I always believe every year you still need to continue to replenish the prospect pool, and first round picks are great starts for that to happen.
Yeah.
But this year, you don't really know what's going to happen with the draft and how you're really evaluating talent when you can't have scouts in-house. They can't do border crossings. They can't do province freaking movement and state regulations and so on. This is the pick that I'd be say, okay, if you want to address it, do it. But I don't want to see a first-round pick go for a rental.
No.
Make it a leverage move.
I might be a little ahead of you.
Yeah, baby. Yes. Marshy back on the freaking board. Let's go.
And this is the team, like you were just saying, this is the team. The energy, the smiles on the bench, This is where I'm willing, maybe even DeBrusque first, but it needs to be somebody that is going to make us better for the future because we can't give up first-round picks for rentals anymore. It just can't happen.
Nice. Marshy getting in the middle.
Look at him. Look how
that's exactly what we talked about earlier. Yeah. The middle game needs to be stronger. And look how many people were right there at the top of the key.
Yep.
Yes.
You couldn't even see the goalie from the camera angle I had.
I know. You had all this yellow.
Yeah.
This is so badass.
Look at the smiles on the bench. You love to see it. Boys are happy.
Absolutely. Look at Marshy with a big old grin.
Yeah. See, that's it. You just got to – I find this team has had a tough time this year getting in the other team's head. I've had a very tough time of sustaining that pressure, mental pressure, not just physical pressure. Let's see what we got in the chat.
Awesome. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Yeah, this is a good intermission.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. We got a ton to talk about.
Yeah.
But after 40 minutes, the Bruins have a 5-3 lead. The shots on goal have Pittsburgh favoring 18-17. The hits, maybe not the best freaking stat, but it shows you that you're involved and you're willing to commit. But the Bruins have a 23-17 advantage in that category. And on the power play, they're both 1 for 2. So, and shots on goal, team stats. Nope, shots on goal have the 18-17. I think I just said that. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Face-off percentage. I mean, the Bruins are always going to be up on that because they are the best face-off team on the planet, actually, and it's led by Patrice Bergeron most times. Block shots. This 7-2 in favor of Pittsburgh. The takeaways are 9-7 in favor of Boston. The giveaways have 10 for Pittsburgh and only 2 for Boston. So
and I was saying to you earlier, the puck management seems like it's been a lot better today compared to the other night.
Yes, absolutely. Just doing some tweets. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna hit the washroom real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the same shortly after you and get myself another wit. So.
All right, sounds good.
Nice. Mark McDonald, do we know if Kasha will be back at all this year? That's a good question. I'm not sure. And even if he's healthy and he gets close to getting in the lineup, he's really got to show me, actually, obviously the Bruins staff, that he deserves to get back in the lineup, and it's not just about his contract. If he's practicing hard and so on, absolutely, get him in there and see what he can do and so on, but tread lightly on that. But I'm not sure about who got shut down. Clovis, what's going on? Just got shut down for abusive language. Yeah, I don't know. His injury sucks with the concussion and so on. I have no idea, Clovis. I didn't do that. Sorry, bud. But Yeah. And I think that the organization should walk away from Kasha afterwards, even though he's got RFA rights and arbitration. I think the arbitration is probably enough to just walk away from, because he's probably going to want to ask for more that he hasn't even earned, really. So I don't know. Tough one. Mike says no first picks being moved. Krejci, Kasha, DeBrusk, Bjork, Lauzon, Smith, Krejci, blah, blah, blah. Table to move. Krejci can go to a better contending team in free agency anyway. I just don't see. Mike says, I just don't see them being a contender. That playoffs for sure. But not a cup contender. That window has closed with Z and Krug leaving. All right, you lost me at that. I'm not down with the whole Z and Krug thing. I think even with this freaking team that we're playing with right now, and Z and Krug were on it, we'd still be struggling. We're going through the same thing. So I don't find that holding much water at all. Zachary, what's up, man? Thanks for coming into the stream. We certainly appreciate it. Things have really got to be shaking up for the Bruins. This team has to get back to playoff runs. See what happens. Love Marchand. Big second period, Ryan Ostrander. Sorry if I messed that up. Thank you, Ryan, for coming in the stream regardless. Really appreciate it. Yeah, big period. I mean, those are the types of freaking periods that you need from your leadership core like that. And Marchand is definitely one of them. You know, he might be a vocal person in the locker room, but, you know, he's got to also provide that offensive punch on the ice, too, to show everybody else that it can be done. You can go in these areas. You can be effective when you sneak in and you create havoc down low. You know, but a lot of those plays you also have to think on the other side of the coin, though, is if you're all at the top of the key and you're creating opportunities for shots and potential second chances, don't give the puck up, because you're going to be lost on the odd man rush coming back. And that's more or less where the Bruins get caught so bad, because they either get outskated on the way back or they're out positioned, creating a 2-1-1, sometimes a 2-1-0. So, but you have to take chances. To score goals in this league, you have to take chances. So to get in that close to the crease and make things happen like that, it's all good. And it's proven. Now we just got to get consistency. If we can get consistent goals like we're doing right now against the Pittsburgh Penguins, maybe this month isn't going to be so bad, but everybody has to be bought in accordingly. Welcome back, my friend.
How's it going?
Good. So far, so good. Trying to talk to the guys in the chat that have some really good questions about the game now and a team in the future.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. The future, like as in this season.
Yeah, Mike's coming in with like questions like this. I'll highlight. Do you think they're a cup contender right now, though? And I say no. I've been saying that since they started the freaking season.
Yeah. No, I don't know about cup contention. Can you even make the moves to get there? Like we were talking about earlier, do we have the assets to get there? Do we have the assets to make those moves, to make you the team like, let's say, Tampa Bay Lightning or Vegas or even Colorado at this point? They've made those moves while working with their talent and prospects to get where they are today, to be these cup contending teams.
Right. Another hot take from the mic. Not that Z and Krug were the be and end all. The cup window closed in 2018. I don't know about that. I thought 2019 they went to the Stanley Cup Finals against the St. Louis Blues, but yeah, I could have been asleep through that whole thing too. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't buy into that narrative. There's a lot of personally, and I'm not saying this is the case with this question, but there's a lot of skies falling in the Bruins fan base, and it is tough to look at what prospects and drafts we've had. Like we said, at this point, we just have to get over it and look for the future, and just try and trust this management staff as hard as it has been, to perform and do what we need them to do to keep being a cup contending team or make the rebuild. But we're not going to know that, I don't think, until after this year.
Yeah. Mike, you're riding a fine line asking for Bruins fans to trust this management for the next couple of years, man.
Oh yeah, it's tough. It's really
I wish
tough.
I had the I wish I had the ability to use GIFs on this thing, because the torches and pitchforks GIF would certainly be up right now, and I'd be afraid for your life, sir.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm just kidding.
No, I've seen you post that GIF. It's one of my favorite ones you post. The other day you posted about everybody outside Sweeney's office. I got a good laugh out of that.
Yeah, it's like and it was about the I think one of them was about the Stahl one. And everybody came at me and like they weren't even involved in Stahl. I was like, no, but a trade happened, and Bruins Nation is always just like, most of them are just like, oh, there goes Sweeney again, sleeping, So I kind of just threw that. I knew that they weren't going to get Stahl and because of the quarantine.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he was in Buffalo, so he wouldn't have to quarantine.
Yeah. But seeing that, like especially with the centerman depth we have or don't have compared to how you look at it, like we have young players that can play in the center and have played well in the center position. Like look at Frederick. I like him anywhere, but he definitely does play a little better when he's playing his natural position. It's just a fact. That's like when they throw DeBrusque on the right side. He looks a little out of it because he's played left wing his whole life, right?
Yep. When you talk about Freddie Sweet Sauce, I loved him on the first line on the left side. I thought he worked really well with Bergeron and Marchand. Nice little sample size of what he could do as a multi-skilled line mover. You know what I mean? Just a utility kind of player. But I just think that and I know he didn't light up the score sheet or anything like that, but the way he was protecting the puck, moving the puck, passing the puck, you could see that with each level of lines he goes, he adjusts to a certain skill level. And that is so indicative of a first-round pick, in my opinion, to somebody that knows all the elements of a game and can play at any situation and not just so one-dimensional. Like I'm a sixth-round draft pick and I'm known to be a fourth-line player. No, you're a first-round draft pick that had expectations of playing third-line center since you were drafted, which people freaked out about. Why are you drafting a first-round pick if he's a third-line projection? Well, this is exactly why, because he can play anywhere. Yeah,
he's a great kid too. He just brings he brings a sunshine to the locker room. As cheesy as that sounds,
and he's a funny interview. He's a funny interview.
You hear him joking around with Bergeron, the captain, like he's known him his whole life. You know what I mean? Like I love guys that you can inject into the locker room and the lineup like that, because it's very rare. You got to remember this is these guys' jobs, So it's nice to have the funny guy in the office, if you will. It helps bring morale up.
Yep.
And I think I saw you post like a year or so ago about his growth and what you thought you saw in him. I think it was you or somebody else who was into the prospects of Providence, but they were talking about how he's got like the grit of Coyle, he's got like the pizzazz of Pasternak, and he's got like the heart of Bergeron. I'm sorry, but if that's a second line center, I'm having him on my team every day of the week. Like you said, if he can do all those different things, sometimes you got to draft up. Sometimes you have to.
I don't think that was me a year ago.
No. Okay. No. Yeah, it must have been somebody else in the Bruins community. I wish I knew who it was.
While I was down there in Providence as a media member to cover the team, you saw good things from Fred, especially when the cage came off. Like the NCAA rules were just thrown out the window when he left Wisconsin and played for Providence in his first year.
Yep.
And he got into a fight his first professional game, dropped the gloves, and did actually really well. And which ultimately brought great success, doing the same against Tanev and Winnipeg Jets when the Boston Bruins played. I'm not exactly sure when that happened, but
yeah, it was awesome.
did the same thing. I mean, every level he comes into, he's just like, I'm just going to get this off my chest. You know, the cage is off. I'm playing manly hockey right now. I'm not saying the NCAA isn't manly hockey, but when that cage is off, it's a total different element. You know, you're now mixed in with the boys, and if you don't show up and show that you're ready to be here appropriately, you're gonna get walked over on numerous occasions. But this guy came in swinging and made a name for himself immediately. So I just love what he's doing. I love that he can be a plug and play anywhere in the lineup, whether it be the center position or the left side. And he's got grit. He can hit. More or less what I wanted to talk to you earlier, now that we're on the Frederic topic, was do you think that what we saw from game one to game whatever, or a couple weeks ago to now, do you think that the Bruins organization, particularly Bruce Cassidy, the bench boss of the team, has said, Fred, we love what you bring in, but we don't need the madman on the ice completely?
Yes.
Do you think he's been sheltered in the role that he was trying to be?
I don't know if he's been sheltered, more or less. I don't know if they want him to take on your Tom Wilson every night, because there is a scoring upside to him. There is a skilled upside to him. I think Bruce just wants to get, like you said, he's a coach's dream. You can put him anywhere in the lineup. He's going to give you the same intensity. He can play up to his abilities. He can play down and keep his hands in his pockets if he needs to. There's plenty of times you can see the wires cross and he pulls back. And I believe it's the same thing. You're speculating that maybe Butch just told him, hey, not every night, I'll let you know when I need you to turn that on, or I'll let you know when we need some intensity in the lineup, and you go and do that because I know you can, and I know you're not going to back down to anybody.
Yeah, no, and actually, as I was talking about Freddie and where he's playing and so on, I did see Jared's comment. We got a Leafs fan in the house. Go Leafs, go.
Leafs fan. Oh, God.
Yeah, we're being invaded. I'll show you. I'll highlight it.
Yeah.
Welcome, Joe. Thanks for stopping into the stream.
Be respectful.
Appreciate it. Yeah. We miss playing the Leafs.
Oh, the rivalry.
Yeah, and the Habs. I miss those games. But it is what it is.
So what do you think about the mogul Toronto media trying to push the North Division full time?
Well, how about some Bruins? Not writers, but some league officials seem to think that what the attention that this this Mass Mutual division is gathering.
Yeah.
When we're seeing more teams like Pittsburgh and Philly and Washington and so on, that this is just more of a marketable type of thing to move forward with and could be good for the league. I like the idea of spending more time in a certain area, but I want to go back to playing the Habs, the Leafs, and so on, the Sens,
Well, you're never not going to have the day where Connor McDavid plays a game in every building, or Austin Matthew plays a game in every building. It's just not going to happen. There is going to at least be one or two games, depending on what division or what conference you're in, that you're going to see those players. It's marketable. It's just bound to happen. But I don't know. The Canadian media looks at it in the fact that, well, more Canadian teams in the playoffs for longer, right? that's how they're looking at it. And I understand that. It's good for revenue. But you like I said, you're never gonna have McDavid's gonna come to the Garden no matter what. You know, you're gonna have Marchand go to Rogers Center or Scotiabank Place in Toronto because there's Bruins fans like me in Toronto who want to go see us play, right?
Yeah. If you're lucky enough to get that hot ticket.
Oh, yeah. I go to Ottawa normally. It's a nicer drive, and tickets are way cheaper.
So are you that close to Ottawa?
About 6 hours, but like I normally make a little vacation out of it. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'll
you kind of
drive.
have to.
Yeah. I'll drive as long as I make a little vacation out of it, right?
That's awesome.
Mm.
All right.
Actually, last year I went to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you go grab another beer.
Yeah, I'm gonna go grab another one. I'll be right back. Just talk away, my friend.
Yeah, no problem. I'll answer some questions. Jared, there's no D in the North. I don't. I've seen that narrative a lot this year, and I don't know. You have to agree at some point, but when you have Connor McDavid, Austin Matthews, Leon Draisaitl every night pushing down these defensive cores, like eventually these natural goal scorers are gonna put the puck in the net. It's gonna happen. Like you see McDavid putting up like 4-point nights, Draisaitl putting up 5-point nights. I don't know if it's the defense is lackluster as much as pasta. As much as that, that's just the talent in the North Division. Then you got a team like Winnipeg who has great, not the best defense, but they've been putting up great defensive numbers this year. It's kind of hard to look at teams like Vancouver and Ottawa who are just having really tough years on a whole. Calgary, who they have the talent, but they get blown out a lot. And I don't know. I don't know if it's actually the D's fault or if it's just the talent in the division itself. Let's see. Freddie doesn't. Wait, hold on. Freddie doesn't look out of place anywhere. He was a captain his entire life. Yeah, that goes back on the Freddie talk we were having earlier. Yeah, Freddie. I don't know. You can tell he's been a leader his whole life. The way you see him on Behind the B and the way he talks to all the veteran boys in the locker room, he doesn't seem out of place. He acts like a pro. He handles himself very well. And maybe it is Butchie holding him back at this point. I don't know. We're going to have to see. Nobody but opposing team fans go to Ottawa. That is true. I've been there like 5 times now. Actually, I went and saw them play the Rangers in the Stanley or the playoffs the year before their big mass implode into the free agent market where they lost Stahl and Carlson. And I saw them come back and make that great comeback against New York. That was pretty cool. I was cheering for Ottawa that time. But let's see. Mike, if they do not, they are driving this organization to the ground and will face a decade of turmoil. Mark my words right here. Honestly, would love to come back to this in 1-2. Yeah, that's what me and Mark were saying earlier. It's really gonna depend on what goes on this off season, and in a couple of years, we're gonna see who's right, who's wrong. The management style, which the way they took this team, was it the right idea to not sell on certain players earlier? Was it the good idea to hold out on certain players like Krug that we ended up losing? Those are all things that are just going to have to be figured out after this year, I think. Ottawa gets better, the fans will return. Yes, and they need to move that. This is the last of the Ottawa talk. I'm just kidding. But they need to move that arena out of Canada. I love Canada, but they got to move that arena downtown. They'll have such a better draw to the games. They have great fans, great people in Ottawa. So I don't know why they don't do that yet. Since the Ovechkin incident, Freddie hasn't been himself, and that's got to be Butchie. Yeah, yeah, I was listening on other podcasts. People talk about how Freddie did that, and how it's not very common for a guy like Trent Frederick to go after a guy like Ovechkin. And Ovechkin kind of he kind of Hollywooded him. He kind of was like, what? I'm not going to drop the gloves with you. So it could have been Butchie's telling him, hey, like, you see that? That's what we don't want. Well, I'll tell you when to go. I'll tell you when to get going. Yeah, like I'll let you know when it's time to turn it on and turn it off. The only problem I'm having with Butchie is sometimes his mismanagement of the prospects and where they're being injected in the lineup, and the short sample sizes that aren't that he's not really giving the time to the players in those positions. I've seen that before, and I kind of agree with that. I was just saying, Mark, how there's been some criticism of Butchie on his placement of the prospects and the sample sizes he's giving them, and that some people are thinking that it's not enough. Like when you see Studnicka have a great game and then get taken out of the lineup, whether we know why or not, but it's very odd sample sizes. It could be the year we're having, could be the injuries. Where he said before he likes Studnicka at center, he doesn't like him on the wing, so that could be another huge factor. We haven't had really that many injuries on the center position this year.
One thing for me is like I told you before, I'm a trend guy. You notice that.
Yeah.
Oh wow! How did that get over his shoulder?
That's like everyone's diving. There you go, Butchie.
Oh,
Screaming.
Halak's not happy.
No.
Either.
I don't know what happened there. I missed that. Something happened here.
Let's watch this.
Yeah. Look what's going on. Like everybody is just I don't know what Halak's so mad
Why are they
about.
complaining?
Was it offside? Oh, that trip.
Oh. Play until a whistle. Jeez.
Yeah.
Oh. No call.
That's bad. I don't know. Halak that's tough with
don't give
goalies.
up in the play.
Yeah, it's tough with goalies because they think in their head that they know best, right? That's where goalies and referees butt heads a lot.
That was a tough look. Come on, guys.
That was a bad breakdown in our zone too. Like, why is McAvoy by himself diving around?
It wasn't the same situation, but I remember Tim Thomas back in the day went and it was the 2010 Winter Classic. I think it was when Thomas went and gave a cross check to somebody, and as he was doing it, the puck went right by him.
Yes.
So he was more focused on giving the freaking the guy that did him wrong in front of the crease, a payback, but forgot to watch the puck as it obviously went
and
by.
You've seen it from Ras before, where his wires cross, but most of the time he waits till the play ends and then goes after the guy or yells at the ref or something.
Yeah.
But to give up on the play like that because you didn't like a call, that's hard to watch. That was offside.
Oh boy. Oh, that's way off.
Yeah.
that was so far off as our timing on this stream.
I just gave it a pause and
right.
Yeah, just to try and sync up a little better. It's weird. We're both using Game Center, but we're somehow off.
Oh no, I'm on Fubo.
Oh, you are? Okay.
I'm actually watching. It's not bad. Do you have an option to get it?
Well, I've seen it before, and I have like ExpressVPN. So if it's American only, I could get it.
Yeah, it might be regionalized too.
See, it might be because I've seen it before.
Because I get it because it was the only thing that was NESN was offered on. Because my wife and I were working with YouTube TV, which had
Okay.
NESN as a provider.
Yeah.
And then they dropped, and then they gave us. I was just searching for options, and Fubo came up. But Fubo has for an extra $10. They have the NHL Network, which I actually like, and I actually missed back in the day because YouTube TV didn't carry the NHL Network.
Yeah.
But now I have them both. So now it costs me like
Nice.
$75 a month.
Yeah.
On top of my $105 for the internet per month. So it's not so bad.
No, it's not
Now
too
back
bad.
in the day when I had the cable, I had Comcast cable.
Oh yeah.
We had cable boxes in the office, the bedroom, and the living room downstairs, and it was almost $300 per month, and the internet too, by the way.
Yeah, I recently did the same thing. I just went internet and then streaming services.
That's
like
what
whatever,
I did.
you know.
My wife Courtney was just like, Mark, I've done my research. Streaming is not that bad. It's a little extra legwork on the fingers and so on, because we have Apple everything in the house.
Yeah.
So she just said, it's so much worth it. So that's what I do. I have I got my Apple. I'll show you real quick if I can show you on the TV.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
I got the Apple TVs and so on.
Yeah.
And up here I got everything up going all the way around.
Oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah, that works good.
Yeah, I got the Mad Office over here.
Yeah, you got the good setup. I know. I got. I have a nice camera. I just have to get a what's it called? It's a Canon camera, but you can like stream with it. So I just need to get one of those batteries that you can like plug into, so it doesn't die on me during the stream.
Yep.
Then I'm gonna start using that because it's got a nice mic with it and stuff.
Jared is so Ontarian. He's like, I don't even have cable on my road.
Oh yeah, he must live out there then.
Actually, I think he's not so far from Niagara.
Niagara? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of small rural places in Canada, like country style towns, they don't have the big like Bell or Rogers or anything like that. They just have they'll have like a little company that they go through.
Everybody's got their hand out.
Yeah. I'm liking this Richie Pasternak Krejci line after they've practiced together.
Richie's been really good this year, man.
Yeah. I'm eating
my shoe on him, and I still have a reservation on a thinly sliced leather shoe on my I can't remember his name now. Kevin Miller.
Oh yeah.
Kevin Miller when he was signed day one, and
it's a bold strategy.
I just I did. I mean, but it looked like it paid off. It was like, wow, what if But his injuries are starting to come up again, so it sucks for him. I mean, good on him for giving it another shot and so on, but I just didn't see how relevant that signing was.
No. But I can agree with you.
Oh my God, Yarrow. Jeez.
Yeah, that was intense. You have to give him props though. 2 years not playing a game, and he comes back in and looked how he looked. Like with Miller, sorry. I thought that was cool to watch, the comeback story in its own.
Yeah.
Whether or not I thought it was the best signing at the time. Even the Richie,
because I still all right, and I'm gonna sound like a dink on this, but it was so buddy signing. It was so you came from Providence, you came from the NCAA in Vermont. A California kid, busted your ass. You worked hard. The guy's a fucking tank. I dropped an F-bomb, and that's okay here. But he's a tank. I saw him with no shirt on, and earlier this year when he got the game puck or something like that, and holy crap, he's a freaking tank.
He's a unit.
You got to admire a guy of his age and the grind that he's been through from the NCAA to the AHL to where he is now. But you also think on the soft side that the guy's been injured a lot with some very unfortunate knee injuries and so on, but his willingness to never give up And
Mm-hmm.
that's admirable.
See, that's what I'm wondering.
For me, I went off a little bit because I wasn't a fan of the player and where he fits, but all that is making me eat a finely sliced leather shoe sometime soon because he's been something that I just didn't expect.
Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering, like what we paid for. It wasn't a lot, obviously. He has a small cap hit, but just maybe that was like, all right, we'll give you one last chance because of what you've given this organization. You know what I mean? Like, I don't. It like you said, and he's best friends with Brad Marchand. They have that company together, the hunting company.
The Mills and Milko thing and the series that they're doing is so cool, man. I mean, these are the kind of things that these guys work together on getting a product to a certain point because a certain player that has been well respected in the Bruins organization for so many years is probably on the last leg of his career. And these are the kind of things that you put together for sustainability for your family later on in life. I mean, you're not going to make millions of dollars signing jerseys and cards for the rest of your life. You need to make a statement. And at his age, he's not that old. The guy's not even 40, I believe. So this is a big pivotal point in his career to get something that's non-hockey related, or it might be hockey related, but still, it's not about making money at the NHL level anymore. It's about, putting it all together to put food on your family's plate.
Yeah, like the Chicklets boys always talk about it. It's lonely after the game's done. There's a lot of lonely days and wondering, did I make the right decision? Retiring early, and he's setting up something for his future, and you can only applaud him for that, right? And I like their logo too. It's a cool little logo. It's like the double M's. It looks cool.
I gotta be honest, I thought it was Star Wars at first.
No, it's like,
see, my mind goes right to the negative. Like, I hate it already, and then I'm like, wait a minute, no, that's an arrow.
Yeah. It's supposed to be an arrow, and then the tree part is like the M's, the two M's. Yeah. So it's pretty cool. But I know what you mean.
Total sense.
Yeah.
I was like, come on, guys, get the Star Wars crap out of everything that we do in life.
I know.
I get it. It's fun for people and so on. But then I looked at it real close and I was like, oh, then somebody said, you're an idiot. It's this and that. I'm like, all right, I'll take the minus on this one.
I'll take the dash.
Jared says Wagner's Harpoon beer.
Oh, yeah. I saw that on
I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah,
I saw that
in
too.
Canada, so I can't try it, but
9:25 remaining in the third period. 5-4 Boston Bruins. Critical time here to get some much needed 2 points.
Yep.
And
on a whole,
if you look at the schedule, you got Pittsburgh today. You got a rest day tomorrow. This isn't exactly the type of game you want to go playing Philly at home and then Philly on the road immediately day after. So they get a back-to-back against Philly, and they're going to have to
do that.
Yeah. I don't have that in front of me. They got Philly at 7 at TD Garden on Monday, and Tuesday at 7 at Philly at 7. And then they got Washington coming up on Thursday, the 8th, back in Philly at 2 p.m. And then oh my God, the back-to-backs are killing me.
Oh, I know.
Oh, all right. Listen, this is freaking ridiculous. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 games in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait a minute.
Let's see this.
5 games in 7 days. Sorry, I had a brain fart there. It must have been the pink wit, or the second one I didn't eat. This freaking tank right here.
Oh yeah,
32 ounce.
Yeah. See, so how much is it near you for a bottle of it?
All right. So I live. All right. Next time you're looking at Google, right? Check out a map and check out New England. Okay. So
Yeah.
I live in the northeastern part of Massachusetts. Okay.
Okay.
But I'm closer to the Atlantic Ocean, and it's called Amesbury, and we're
Okay.
right on the border of New Hampshire.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So I can cross the border and go to a state liquor store and pay $10.99 for it.
Oh my goodness.
Or I can buy it right down the street here in Massachusetts for $14.99. So just by going 4 miles, you save $3 or $4.
At the because we have the LCBO in Ontario, the liquor control, and it's like $29.99.
Oh my
I think
god!
like
but see,
when it first came out, it was like $32.99.
Do you guys still have cigarettes?
Yeah. But it's hard. They're expensive, really expensive.
But a majority of liquor sales and cigarette and tobacco sales, don't they go to like your healthcare and so on?
Yeah.
Okay.
And now marijuana too, I'm pretty sure, because that's all government controlled here.
Right.
Yeah. So that's why and that's why Biz always makes jokes on the podcast about how it's so expensive for Canadians to get Pink Whitney, but it still flies off the shelves.
Oh, nice big save, Yarrow. Nice Holy save. Crap.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah, but it's also hard to get things involved up there too.
Yeah, it took a while before we got it. It was almost like half a year before we got it up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, New Brunswick and Quebec have the same issue.
I remember the Pink Whitney. It sold 1 million bottles in 3 months. And they were saying how proud they were of that and so on. And business like, yeah, you could sell 1 million bottles in 3 months down in the States, but you can't get in Canada yet.
Yeah.
And he was a big proponent of trying to get it involved as soon as possible.
Yeah, and he got the price lowered. At first it was like $32.99. Now it's $29.99. Yeah, it was, and you couldn't get it. You had to buy it off of LCBO's website, and then they'd like deliver it a case to your house. You couldn't buy it individually.
Oh my god!
And this like one chick, like a case of 4 or whatever it comes in.
I get cases of 12 down here.
Yes, yeah. See, like I think the boxes are smaller up here, but one chick didn't know that, and she ordered like $8,000 worth of Pink Whitney, and she had to she had to contact them to like figure out a way to sell it or give it away in cool ways. I saw it on Twitter.
Holy shit!
It's insane. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. Jesus. Yeah, people went nuts for it up here.
All right. Mark McDonald just said nice, so this is going to be something good happening. Yeah, baby. Yeah.
What a goal.
Pasternak.
What a
Welcome
goal.
back, Pasternak.
There's Richie.
Pastor Nasty. Let's effing go.
There's Richie once again. Getting in the play, throwing the body. Oh, they're showing the TSN turning point.
Zach,
they showed Halak's.
I'm going to highlight this one because Zachary's he's got a good point. Hate to say this, play the same team constantly is becoming very boring. We need to start playing other teams. Yeah, you know what, Zachary? This sucks. It does. I get it. This new Mass Mutual division is terrible, but it's COVID times. This is what had to happen. I don't think this is going to be the same next season. So I think that in October, once everybody gets in the shots and so on, things are going to be a little more normal, and we might even see different teams. So we just need to bite the bullet for now and do what we got to do. But I do understand what you're saying.
Yeah, and like we were talking about earlier, the money that is behind every team going to every building, there's no way they're gonna try and work as hard as they can to get this figured out.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they did a great job of putting this year together on such like a short time. Like I don't think the NHL gets enough props.
Brett, they
Yeah,
had to.
they did.
If they didn't do what they needed to do this season, and even like the sporadic freaking outdoor game at Lake Tahoe, this right now is a negotiating freaking tool for that freaking
Yeah.
TV deal. If you
Well,
shut everything down, I don't think that anything would be signed as of right now with ESPN.
ESPN would know.
I think
You're
you
right.
would go right to the start of next season for that to basically happen.
Yeah, and like just to add on to what you said there, Lake Tahoe, a couple hiccups, but phenomenal event. I thought they did great. Great job. And then the Bruins joining in with their 90s wear, like that was just the NHL couldn't have asked for any better of a marketable day. Whether whatever happened with the Colorado game, yeah, that sucks, obviously. It's a little embarrassing.
In a league that doesn't market very well, great job, NHL.
Yeah. I thought it was actually like, the sun screwed you a bit, but what are you gonna do? It's Mother Nature, right? They tried to get the aesthetics of the daytime and then the nighttime game the next day.
Yeah,
but it just didn't work out.
There next time.
Yeah,
go back there next time and do the same thing, but do it at night. And do it when people can prepare for the day and not have a 7 or 8 hour freaking intermission.
Yeah. I heard Jeff Merrick and Freach talking about maybe next year do it and have like 5,000 fans with like some sort of contest or like some sort of video thing on, hey, why should I go to Lake Tahoe this year? Or, why should I be supporting my team at Lake Tahoe? Make it very exclusive, and then also have a couple tickets to sell to people that you need to make some money off of. But make it fun, make hockey fun again.
Clovis, I have it highlighted right now. It says Lake Louise, and this is a very interesting one because Lake Louise in Canada is protected by the Canadian government. And Elliot Friedman and Jeff Merrick from the 31 Thoughts podcast and 31 Thoughts blog have mentioned in both entities that having a protected property like that, or I'm sorry, not property, having protected land like that, you can't have anything big structured that is advertising driven or any event like that. So it's going to be interesting, but I could definitely see more landmarks being more an attractive thing, who knows?
Plenty of lakes.
Who knows? Maybe, yeah. I mean, obviously, a game like this is not going to happen on an immediate lake.
No,
Lake Louise could possibly happen, but still, it's the elements that you don't want to deal with.
Yeah,
with that aren't sun derived like we did with this one in Lake Tahoe. But I mean, I would love to see a freaking NHL hockey game at more national landmarks,
Yeah, like Minnesota, you could pull one. You can do one there somewhere. You know what I mean? Like it gets cold enough, it stays cold enough. There's lots of beautiful backdrops, if you will, that you could put in, because that's what it was for me. Both of my backgrounds on my phone right now are pictures from Lake Tahoe because I just thought it was beautiful, like scenery. It was amazing. How cool that was with the sunset past his first goal. The sun was setting. Come on. That was awesome. That was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. And the players had fun, which is the biggest thing, right? Because you got to think about the players in this too. Like they're employees, right? If the ice is not good and someone's going to get hurt, it's a liability.
Well, Brett, put it this way, right? You go into Lake Tahoe and you don't do that. You don't do the 90s, the retro, I look like a goddamn coffee cup out of a coffee machine that I get at work. And you come in just straight robot, you talk robot, you are a robot because you're just another player being paid.
Yeah.
How do you think that game ends up? How do you think that game ends up when you don't have fun?
I don't. It's not going to happen again, right? It's not marketable if nobody's having fun. Like what? watching Pasternak walk in with his hair flowing back, and even with the masks on, it looked cool. Like, it looked genuinely cool. They're having fun. And look what happened to Philly. Didn't look like they had a good time. And I saw some stats since that Lake Tahoe game. They have been in shambles. I know we haven't been playing great. Can't throw rocks when you live in a glass house. I get it. But the Bruins at least had fun there, and they went on a little run after that. And I like these kids grew up playing on lakes, most of them, for the most part,
Yep.
right? Like, so, like you said, if they're not having fun, well, you might as well have it inside. You might as well not do it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think that game turns out the way that they came together as a team.
No,
You
the
know, it was a nice little
camaraderie.
trip. Yeah, exactly. And
Yeah,
I think that this Boston Bruins team will be better next season with a little bit of cap space. You make those adjustments that you need, whether it be in the forward or the defense, and you get more involved with like trips. Let's get back to normal. Let's do a
yeah,
father-son trip. Let's do a
exactly.
mother-son trip. Let's do a
Yes,
team bonding trip to Lake Placid or whatever they used to do back in the day. Get back into a normal, rhythm of being a player again. And I think you're
yep.
going to see a lot more players getting bought into let's do this. Now let's freaking stop the narrative of this goddamn window being open and closed and just freaking get it done.
Yeah, and you can't tell me watching Studnicka, Frederick, these young players that they've put in the lineup this year, you can't tell me they're not going to make some sort of steps this year, off season, and next year. You can see it. The writing's on the wall. It's just as fans, we have to be patient. I know the Bruins have been so good for so long. It's tough. It's tough to watch a team that has so much skill just not show up every night. I understand that. But like you said, with our cap space opening up, the young players making steps, like that's just it's yeah, I saw that too.
What the
Um
hell? And we
you
got a
just
penalty. We got a power play.
you just have to think there's going to be some bright in the future. And as a fan, it's just, that's what I'm hoping for, at least. As
Yeah,
hard as we are on this Bruins team,
yeah.
I think the future is as bright as it can be with the situations we've been in.
I'm hard on this Bruins team, but I also know that the sport, as long as humanity keeps, as long as we don't get hit by the big meteor, hockey is
Yeah,
going to return every year. And as long as I'm still alive, I'm going to be able to enjoy it. And
yep,
that being said, I'm not going to freak out about what's going on this year, what's going on last year or 2015. It's
hmm,
just I'm ready to see how. I'm a big fan of recovery. I
yeah,
want to see how this team recovers after something happens. Like
yeah,
I wanted to see this team recover fully when Bruce Cassidy called out the leadership core, the team
yeah,
itself, and everybody throughout the organization when he called it out and basically said we need to freaking make a trade. When you
yeah,
lost against the Islanders and you opened your mouth about that, I wanted to see what you did against the team Buffalo on
yeah,
Saturday afternoon when you had a day of rest. And guess what? You almost lost to the Buffalo
yeah.
Sabres. It was that damn close. You guys, it was a desperation win. So it's like I don't understand this whole organization. Is either you say something, you're not getting a spark. You have the rest, you don't have the rest. It's just where are we going with this organization?
And I think that's what the whole uncertainty, and we were talking about earlier about um, trading for somebody, right? Because like we were talking about, night in, night out, this team doesn't show up every night, which is very unfortunate. It's hard to watch as a fan. The talent is there, like you just said. Why didn't we see a pushback for the Buffalo game? That's what it concerns me. You know what I mean? Moving forward, those are why didn't
Against
we
a
see
team like that.
yeah, like we should have seen them blow out New Jersey after
Wasn't like
getting
you were
called
playing
out by
Philly
BNG.
or Pittsburgh or anything like that. You were
No,
playing Buffalo.
yeah. And that's the thing. I didn't have as big of a problem about last game because we're playing Pittsburgh and they're playing really good hockey lately. We put our best foot forward half of the game, but that's not going to win you a hockey game, right? Like, but those teams like Buffalo, New Jersey, for whatever reason, we played down to them, which is unfortunate to watch. And I don't know, like you said, we should have came out and spanked Buffalo. It's like
Excuse me.
7-1.
Yeah.
And
Jared
this
says
power play.
no identity, and we need to find it because consistency isn't an identity. Isn't. Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, Jared.
God.
I messed that up. Oh, no. Come on.
That's a shorthanded goal.
Man, 11 goals in this game.
Oh, my goodness.
What did I say this was going to end up?
You said 5-6 or 6-5, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, my God. I should have bet it on BetOnline.
Yeah, exact score. Oh, my God, that was bad. Halak cannot start next game. It's the puck tracking you were talking about. What is that?
Yeah.
There's something going on.
Well, at least it wasn't glove side to make it a consistent thing.
Yeah.
But all right, so here's the thing. We have Philly coming up, all right? So we have a day of rest on Sunday, April 4th, okay?
Yep.
Back-to-back games on Monday the 5th and Tuesday the 6th. It's a home-and-home series. Is this the game that Vladar gets on Monday and then have a lot come in? Or what's your goaltending scenario?
I personally, I know it's been such a small sample size, but there's been a lot of success in the NHL as of late with young goaltenders. I wouldn't mind if they ride Vladdy a little bit if Halak isn't locating pucks or being consistent enough. But that being said, I think you give him the Monday game just so you know what you're going into for Tuesday.
Which is a confidence booster, Brett.
Yes,
it's a confidence booster to get that first game because that's usually given to the guy that's been a veteran in the league.
Yeah,
you can ask Andrew Raycroft about that, or listen to
a
previous episode of the Morning Brew podcast with Bailey Jaffe.
Yeah, and I don't know. I think especially after Vladar coming out, he got left out to dry a couple times last game. I don't think a lot of the goals were his fault,
Terrible
and
coverage.
Showing him, hey, we're going with you down the tunnel first. We want you to lead us, through this back-to-back. Is that Bergie?
No.
Oh, it was his butt end.
Yeah, it was. But you see the freaking high stick that Bergie got?
Yeah.
Before that?
He just took it right in the face.
That was like a makeup dive. Oh my God, he sold that big time, Clovis says.
But yeah, anyways, to piggyback off that, I think you give it to Vladar, especially with the poor effort defensively you gave him last game. You show him, hey, you're part of the team. You're part of this thing going forward. You're young, yeah, but we believe in you. And I think that's just something he needs right now.
Brett, what I like about that idea is the fact is that you do have that Sunday the 4th off to prepare as a goaltender, as young as Vladar is, a 23-year-old guy. He might not react so well after, possibly playing a back-to-back situation. So having one day off is good mental stuff to keep him freaking going.
And what happens if you do play a lock? He's having a tough time tracking the puck. Say we lose 3-4-1, then you got Vladar coming in with a lot of pressure on him to win that because we need these points versus Philly. We need these points versus the Rangers.
Oh my God!
We need these.
I'm sorry, Crosby.
I just saw that too.
I know. Jeez, come on, Sydney. Even your dog knows that's bullshit. There we go. Nice. Empty net goal with 1:01 left to go in the third period. Marchand gets the friggin' hat trick. Unbelievable. This is crazy. And the hats are coming down.
That's what you like to see.
I wonder if my friend Chris Blackie, who's been in the house for the first time in 30 years in Boston, threw a hat on the ice.
I had the option of throwing. I've never seen a hat trick live. Hold on a second, Mark. Sorry.
No worries. That is awesome. No matter how it happens, it happens. 4th career hat trick, first this season. That actually shocks me for as many goals as. Oh, shut up, Sydney. Come on. Such a whiner. I have mad respect for that guy. I really do. But still, it's just, God, you whine so much. You've tried to sell that and you got caught. But anyway, let's see what happens. We got 1 minute to go. Please do not blow this. If the Boston Bruins can get a goal in 37 seconds, they can give up a goal in 37 seconds, and especially under a minute to go in this game. Don't blow it. Goaltender's off. It's 4-on-4, empty net for Pittsburgh. 7-5. Boston leads. No worries.
Yeah.
What kind of dog do you have, bud?
I got 2. I got half pug, half beagle, and then I've got a half Australian Shepherd, half Border Collie.
Ah, that's cool, man.
Yeah. I think you have dogs too, right?
I don't have personal dogs. They're family dogs. They're actually my dad's dogs, and they're both Boston Terriers.
Yeah, I've seen them before. They're cute.
Yeah, I got to keep the Boston theme going. I just love to see them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they're good little dogs though. I had a family friend who had one.
That's Boston awesome. Terriers. Yeah, they're nice. So loyal. They're so freaking loyal.
They're cute.
But they love the attention too. It's like every time you sit down, boom, there's one on your lap.
Yeah.
Come on, Beast. 25 seconds, sorry.
Yeah. A couple hiccups, but I'm sure we'll talk a little after. But I'm impressed with the resilience of this group today.
Nice out.
Yeah.
Looks like they're going to win it.
But like we said, Marshy can't score a hat trick every night.
That's right. He ain't no buster. I love it. He ain't no buster. That's awesome. There we go. You know what? I'm not even going to say a big win, but a good win for the Boston Bruins. Yeah. There's 2 points. They come together, and they won while my boy Chris Blackie was in the house. Congratulations, Chris. You not only got to see a Boston Bruins victory after 30 years from not being in Boston, but you also got to see your favorite player score a goal tonight. Good on you, sir. Love you, brother, and keep grinding, man. This has been awesome. Yeah. I'm not done talking. So if you're up to hanging around for a little bit longer and talk, do a little post game, I'll retweet this and see what's going on.
I'll throw a retweet in on it too.
Well, I'll start a tweet if you want to retweet it.
Sounds good.
I'll mention you though.
Yeah.
Just so you can keep in the fold.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah, hold on 1 second, Mark.
No problem, bud. Thank you so much for everybody for coming in tonight. If you want to hang out, we're going to keep doing this for a little while longer. I'm just trying to get everything straightened out here with the retweet of the stream. Here we go. The Bear Tracks with us. Please follow Brent Howard at the Bear Tracks. He's a great guy, and if you have, thank you, Clovis. Appreciate it, man. hopefully you guys are still sticking around. We're going to do some post-game talks. I'm just trying to tweet this link out. All right. All right. So anyway, we're doing a little post game chat, and I just put it out on Twitter. But if you'd like to join us, please send me a Twitter DM, and I will send you the link to come on and talk about the game you just saw, and maybe some news that's surrounding the Boston Bruins organization. Unbelievable game. It's just, I can't believe how many goals were scored. So if you guys want to join in, please. Let me know. We'd love to have a couple people. We can. I think I have up to 10 people we can have online here, and if we can have a civil conversation and kind of respect everybody's talking time and not over talk on everybody, I'd love to have as many people as possible because I think it's fun, and I love talking hockey, and I love just being a part of it. So let me know. But thank you guys so much for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Freezing up here, boys. Great game and great talking to you guys. Barrett Pickard, take care. I really appreciate it. Clovis, thank you so much for hanging in there. Mark McDonald, Crosby is such a bitch. You're absolutely right. But yeah. 7-5, the Boston Bruins defeat the Pittsburgh Penguins. What a game. I actually didn't expect this from the other night, but if you were looking for offense and the Bruins show up, this was exactly what it was. But you got to defend better, obviously, and into moving forward. And and think about the playoffs. You have to have a better structured game than this. You can't go into the playoffs playing like this. I mean, you can, but you can't. You can't expect everybody to buy in on the scoring, whether it be the front line or secondary scoring, down to other means of point production. But it's got to be consistent, and you can find great things happening in this game. Now you bring it right back into Monday and Tuesday against Philly. But still available for conversations in the chat. So Clovis, if you're interested, please ask a question. Or anybody else that's in the stream, ask a question in the chat, and we'll do our best to answer that. But I'm going to be hanging out here at least. Excuse me, frog in the throat. Having more pink wit and talking bees. Bruce Cassidy, Ryan in the house. Thank you for coming back, Ryan. Appreciate it. What a big win. I'm going to highlight that because Ryan's awesome. Yeah, it's a huge win. 2 points is 2 points at this time. It's a condensed season, and Philly not playing well should get at least 3 points. True that, Clovis. Yeah, I mean, this is the type of win that you just prove that you can play with an offensive side, but you shouldn't do it because you're threatened, as in a Pittsburgh team coming back. Like when you go up one, Pittsburgh's like there to tie it up. It's like a jockeying back and forth. It's a tennis game. Those games aren't always going to be so relevant when you're making it into the playoffs or anything like that. God, I hope I'm making sense. Philly not playing well should get at least 3 points. Philly's a dumpster fire. I feel so bad for Carter Hart. I'm a goaltender and so on, but I feel so bad for Carter Hart. I really do. I don't know. It makes me wonder if Ron Hextall was right and he wanted to keep Carter in the minor pro system, to keep working with him, keep developing, but the organization was like, we need him now, we need the future, we need to do this and that, blah, 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 and they got rid of Hextall. Well, turns out, I'm not saying that this is right or the analogy is correct or my prediction was correct at all, but Carter Hart's not doing good. But that might be indicative of how the team is structured in front of him, too. I mean, this Boston Bruins team is dealing with many injuries right now. And the defense is kind of like, it's okay. It's getting by. We're still in the playoffs. But, that Flyers freaking defense, I thought was going to be better with, Prover off and so on. But, I think that the Philly defense never really recovered with the loss of Matt Niskanen. Do you agree with that? The Philly defense kind of suffered a lot with Matt Niskanen not retiring, actually, Brett.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's been weird. I honestly think the whole Philly defense situation is so weird. Like, they had all these great prospects, and they're starting to come through now, right? But it's almost like you said, like, they were in the same position we kind of are in now, where they, like, put faith in their prospects. They had a couple of years where they weren't the greatest, but then they held on to guys, and now they've got this, I guess, situation in Philly where they don't know where they're going to go forward with their defense. Their defense that they put the future in aren't doing as well as they thought, I don't think. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think it hurt them.
Yeah, we were talking about Carter Hart earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's tough.
And how, like, left out to dry that he's become. And, Clovis even brought it up, too, responding to my question as you were offline. But he was brought up too quick. And,
well,
didn't
Hextall?
That's the big. Yeah, he's the one
that fired for that.
Exactly.
That he didn't bring it up, right? Yeah.
And look what happened.
Mm-hmm.
He gets fired, and then Carter Hart. But I also mentioned while you stepped away that the product in front of Carter Hart has not been exactly freaking outstanding either. So no. I mean, we're basically looking at the same thing that's going on with this Boston Bruins team right now. Is like the support in front of them of these goaltenders, it hasn't been great, regardless of Tuukka Rask healthy or not. And if you want to ride a Halak and Vladar tandem, you need to support those guys, and the support in front of them needs to be so much better. I love it.
My neighbor, she fell and broke her leg, so I went outside to help her quick. Me and my girlfriend.
Oh my God, no kidding.
Yeah. So that's why I ran out, and the dogs were kind of freaking out a bit. Sorry about that.
Oh, no. Thoughts go out to your neighbor, man.
Yeah. I know. She's an old lady, so it was tough.
Oh my God, even worse.
I know. Yeah.
Oh,
So, but sorry, what was the question again? Sorry, it's just I'm a little scatterbrained. Oh, was it Carter Hart?
yeah, it was kind of hard.
Yeah, yeah, and especially with our tandem and what's going on right now too, it's. I get what you're saying. It goes also to the people that are like trade Tuca. It's like I wouldn't mind having Tuca show these kids the ropes that are coming up. As much as a lot of people look at that as a negative thing, or they look at it as like, oh well, that's we should be going either prospects or veterans and try and win a cup. Like people don't see the hybrid now that teams like Carolina have done really well. They don't have the best goalies, but they put the best product in front of their goalies to make sure that they get the least amount of goals. Like Rob Brendamore, he always speaks a big net front presence is protect your goalies. You know, he was that gritty player. And that's something that Philly I've noticed this year hasn't been able to do. They haven't been able to protect Carter Hart. They let the easy guy get through. Like in Lake Tahoe, Pasta scored that goal on him. They just walked through everybody like it was no big deal. And like you said, if you don't have that sustained pressure in front of you, keeping the puck out, it's not always the goalie's fault.
Great point. Absolutely great point. Yeah, man, Philly's kind of a.
Kind
We
of
were
in
kind of wondering
shambles.
about them. Yeah, I mean they were playing good at the beginning of the season, and yeah, it just fell apart. I wonder if the same thing's going on sometimes with the message. Like is Michael Tarian's message? No, Michael.
Alain
Is
Vion.
it Alain Vigneault? Yeah,
Yeah. French
is
guy
his
still.
message? Yeah, is his message getting stale?
Yeah.
Much like so many folks thought that this Bruins team right now is the Bruce Cassidy's message getting stale. I don't believe so.
No.
I still believe that the insertion of Bruce Cassidy, Kevin Dean is kind of moving forward with so much of this youth movement that's going on right now because a lot of those guys had these coaches down at Providence, so it's kind of an easy thing to like a good relationship kind of move to have these guys on the coaching staff move up a level as well as some of these the players that they have good relationships with. So I still want to see a longer sample size before I'm putting the whole Cassidy on the freaking chopping block thing go on. I'm not ready for that complete freaking those shambles.
No, because it's like you said, like Cassidy, he had, you can blame coaches, but coaches also can only do so much. They can't put the puck in the net, right? Like if you don't have someone buying into your system night in and night out, you're gonna have a tough time finding motivation within your own roster. And that's where we were talking about earlier. Do we bring a firecracker in to at the trade deadline to insert some energy into what seems to be like a stale locker room right
Yeah, that's very true. We've seen this before. This has been a
now? Mm-hmm.
trend of messages getting stale. Is it not inspiring and so on? But I just think that it's too early in Bruce Cassidy's tenure to actually say that. I think
I
that
agree.
it came to a point after almost 10 years or a full 10 years of Claude Julien's message to be like, listen, we're done here. We're not making the playoffs for 3 straight years. Something's got to happen.
Yeah. No, and I agree. Like Bruce Cassidy, wasn't he up for Coach of the Year last year? Like,
I believe so.
or in recent he has been. So that just shows you right there. Like, I don't know. It's easy to be inside the fan base and look for answers for people to blame. Like Tuukka Rask, easy scapegoat. Bruce Cassidy, easy scapegoat. Young defense now, easy scapegoat. It's a learning curve. This is a learning curve right now. It's, Bruce Cassidy hasn't had young guys that he's had to inject in the lineup in a long time. We've had a pretty other than injuries, we've had a very staple lineup for like the past 3 or 4 years now. So I just think it's learning curve on everyone's aspect. I'm more worried about management than on the ice or Bruce Cassidy, right? Like we were talking about earlier, the Neely Sweeney thing. We know they're buddies. You know, they're probably gonna go together because they came together ish somewhat.
Yeah.
Like you said about Bruce Cassidy coming up and he coached all these guys. Like he talked about when Torrey Krug left. He was there. He was in Providence when Torrey Krug came. Like he spent his whole career with Torrey Krug. Like now he's having the opposite where the players are coming up and he needs to utilize them because he hasn't been coaching them in the past couple of years. He's been watching through video or taking word of mouth from the AHL coach. Who is our AHL coach right now?
Jay Leach, and he's a fantastic coach, an unbelievable coach. He played. He was a former NHL defenseman. I know he played some time with the Jersey Devils, but when a coaching position comes up, he's constantly in the mix. I'm not saying top 3 in the categories of we need to get this coach or anything like that, but he's also a guy that you cannot go without calling. What he's doing down in Providence is really good. He's working well. I mean, him and Bruce Cassidy have worked before in the past, and so has Kevin Dean. So they've all been pretty much the same. I just think that like the progression of coaches coming from Providence has been so indicative of this Boston Bruins organization that wasn't so prevalent back in the days when you knew Claude Julien didn't. I mean, even though he's going to have like the conversations with coaches down in Providence, but he was not promoted from Providence to the NHL. So he came in as a coach and excelled as a coach and won a Stanley Cup as a coach. I get it. But he didn't come into the system and work his way up. Not only that, but you're also bringing in camaraderie with your younger players. You have a relationship with these guys. You know what's expected down in Providence, what could be, also in the NHL level too. So relationships, character, it all plays a huge part of everything. The feeling you have with a certain player, where he fits, who he jives with, chemistry. It's all a crazy balance of putting everything together.
And you can also say this year, it also goes back to these guys aren't getting to go out for team dinners. These guys aren't getting to hang out after. They don't get to do their charity ping pong tournaments or visits to the hospital. The players get a lot from that too. It's not just the kids that they're going to visit or the charities that they're going to help. That's a big morale booster. It's great for like when you watch Behind the Bee, the casino night, they're all having fun. They bring their wives, they bring their people, and then you see the camaraderie happen in the locker room. One sec, sir.
No worries. I love dogs. Can't give them a hard time for that. Hey, we got our first spammer. I'm pumped about this. When I become famous, buy followers, primes, and views. Anybody wants to become famous, go check that sketchy link. Because I'm not clicking on it. But the Bruins have a 19-10-5 record as I look at Bruce Cassidy sitting here as his press conference. It sounds like he's addressing certain things about tonight's game. We did get the 2 points, which is good. 7-5 victory, but still, you still have to lock down a defensive mindset moving forward against teams that are probably not going to show us this game, this type of style that we played against Pittsburgh this afternoon. So I expect Philly to be a little harder, even though they're a dumpster fire. But with the day of rest, I really want to see somewhat of a better effort and more of a shutdown type of style, more man-on-man coverage and less so wide open that you're now creating football scores instead of traditional hockey scores.
Yeah, exactly. And like we were talking about earlier, those those mini 2-on-1s were giving them from behind the net or like right in the between the face-off circles. That can't happen against good teams like Washington, or let's say even in the playoffs once you cross over to the other divisions. Like, you think Tampa's going to you know what I mean? Tampa's going to capitalize on that all day long. They have before. That's why they scored most of their goals on us, is right in front of the net.
Oh yeah, and they're a wagon this year as usual too. But they're also in such an easy division too, in my opinion. Like, they're matched up with so many teams from the Central.
And I never really understood that they were saying, the Central is going to be one of the best divisions. I looked at it at the beginning of the year. I wasn't sold on it. I had a feeling like the Mass Mutual, it was going to be a battle, right? You have a lot of teams that have won the cup in this division in the past 10 years, right? So I don't know. It's such a weird year. Like we've keep saying over and over, it's the weirdest year that I've seen in a long time, other than the bubble last year. But
yeah,
that was something that's never been seen before.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm just like I said, I'm a huge fan of recovery, so I want to see how this Boston Bruins team does when we get back together in mid-September, a normal training camp, a rookie camp in Buffalo, just complete normalcy to start a regular season. And stop planning for an all-star break. Stop planning for a bye week, which I cannot stand.
And then the Olympic break next year too.
I didn't even think of that.
Yeah.
Jeez.
The expansion draft, there's a lot coming up in the hockey world.
Draft is always a freaking thing. Jesus.
The fact that Vegas isn't in it, it's kind of comical at this point. They're first in their division, and I know where it was set from the beginning. I get that part of it, but it's tough. It's gonna be tough to watch.
But you know what? What's weird is you bring that up is when they did do their expansion draft, they weren't allowed to have a pick in the amateur draft.
No.
And they
had to wait till the year after, I'm pretty sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So, geez, that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, they always accounted off of how much money the franchise paid to get put there, right? On what the rules were. And I know it's unspoken jargon, but still, But what were you going to say, sorry?
Who do you honestly think? All right, let's just say you were Ron Francis, and I'm assuming he's still the general manager, correct?
Yep.
And who would you go after if you were Ron Francis and the Seattle Kraken GM? Who would you go after on the Bruins team that is available?
See, it's really tough because it's all going to depend who we protect, right? But I'm thinking it's going to be a defenseman just because we have younger defensemen that aren't going to be protected. Whether that's Grzelcyk, whether that's Lauzon. I personally see it being a defenseman. But so then I'm going to follow up your question with another question. What do you think on do you think teams are going to do what Columbus did and send a pick with William Karlsson so that they'll pick him? Because it bit a lot of teams in the ass, a lot. You saw Vegas got good really quick because some teams didn't know their own lineups.
Well, the NHL set that right up. The rules of expansion created any team that comes in, whether it be back when Vegas came in or Seattle comes in next year, to be immediately competitive.
Yeah.
And I think that is good for league sustainability, but also creates good karma. It's so tough to think about. I need to talk about because I wish I had all the freaking facts and everything like that. But
right.
It just makes sense for teams that are expansion to come out of the gate and play well and be competitive because it sets the tone for your future right there. If you come out for the next 10 years and you don't do shit, well, how is your team marketable and was it really worth coming into the league? It is for the NHL when you're making $700 or $650 million on an expansion tag. But if you're not jersey sales, you're not this and this sales, and you're not this and that, you're pretty much a dust in the wind.
Yeah.
And I'm not even going to say that comparable to like the Florida Panthers, because the Florida Panthers are on a revenue share. Did you know that?
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't know till I heard it on a podcast.
Yeah. Was it mine?
I think so. I think it might
Yeah.
have been yours.
The
Yeah.
BB&T Center down in Sunrise, Florida, is the most profitable venue in the world. It's
Really?
Miami. It's
Yeah.
millions and billions of dollars down in Miami. People go to
Yeah.
shows all the time. They can jack ticket prices up crazy for front row seats.
Yeah.
Everybody that has time at the BB&T Center is on a revenue share program. So believe it or
Okay.
not, the BB&T Center for 365 days a year, and you split it between how many entities actually use that arena, it can thrive. Like
Yeah.
the Florida Panthers could literally have one fan for 82 games and still be profitable than probably a small quarter of the NHL that is in operation today that doesn't have that revenue share
What?
program.
That's
Yeah, isn't that
insane.
crazy? Isn't that
Yeah, because
crazy?
because I'm pretty sure I heard you saying that's why they only get like 2,000 fans and the team doesn't get moved because
Yep.
that's insane though.
Yep.
I didn't know the rest of it. I didn't know the rest of it. That's crazy.
Oh
So
yeah.
that's why, and well, now they have a good team too. Like, or
Yeah.
it's starting to pan out at least.
So even better. So now
Yeah.
everybody else that's in that building can benefit off of higher ticket sales that the Florida Panthers are going to do because they're actually playing well. It's a great
Wow.
cycle to live under. It really is.
Yeah.
Revenue share is perfect. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, and you see people bash it, but I think more or less it's people that don't understand it or don't
Yep.
understand why you need it in a league like this. Um, and then on top of everything, you're getting players that want to go play there because there's no sale tax, right? Like I hate
Now,
Pete beating that
exactly.
drum,
I know.
right?
Way to go, Biz.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing. What league should benefit from revenue share? And concerts and events and everything like that that goes on in an arena that you actually freaking share with on a regular basis is the American Hockey League.
Yeah. Yeah,
I think the
that is
American
true.
Hockey League would benefit from that big time, but it's so hard to do because the American Hockey League, if you're not in Hershey, you're not in Providence, you're not in Wilkes-Barre, Scranton, and
Toronto,
yeah, the Marlies and so on,
Marlies, they do
you're one of
great.
those markets that just is, well, put it this way: either you're supported by your NHL team, which doesn't matter if you have ticket sales or not, or
Hmm.
you are a business entity that thrives on tickets, much like Washington and Hershey Bears. What a
Yeah,
market! I'm telling you, if
I know.
anybody needs to like learn about the AHL and how to do it properly, go to friggin' Hershey. That
Yeah,
organization has been a staple since 1936 when the AHL came into the league.
yeah, yeah, and
So
like I've heard a lot of like Vegas's AHL team is that Palm Springs now, or no?
I
Vegas
thought
is Palm Springs is going to be Seattle's.
Seattle, but there's something going
Yeah,
on. Like
yeah,
do a
because
Google research sometime soon. I think there's
yeah,
something going on with COVID, like because it's California. They
yep,
had strict friggin' lockdowns on so many people in a
yes,
certain area, so the construction crews couldn't do their friggin' job.
yeah,
But
and
now
I
I
heard
think
that.
that got lifted.
Well, I heard that they're taking most of their playbook from Hershey and the way they're going to
Yeah.
set up this franchise because
Yep.
uh, there's a lot of failed AHL franchises. That's just the matter of fact, right? Like it's hard to get certain markets to be able to sell to that type of demographic because they're definitely in different parts of the country, right? Like the Marlies, they sell out every night because they're in Toronto and everyone in Toronto wants to watch hockey and you're watching the baby Leafs, right? Like so it some places like Texas, they're the Texas Stars, they do really well, I'm pretty sure, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah, they do really well ticket sales and stuff. And it sucks when you see AHL franchises relocate or shut down because they just don't have the revenue. They just can't do it. They can't stay afloat.
Yeah, well, because they don't have the backing of the NHL club.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
it's
biggest
sad.
thing, you know. It's just like when you're a strict business and you're asses in the seats kind of people. I mean, it's tough. I mean,
And it's now more than ever.
oh yeah, pandemic times and so on.
Oh, it's awful. Like, and that's what I heard about. I forget who they were talking about. They were talking about some goalie prospects on the team. I think it was Arizona's goalie prospects. They have that Hill, and then they've got a Prazarov or something. I forget his name.
Yeah,
And they said that their goalies took a big hit on their like learning and just everyday operations because you got like a year where you didn't play, and goalies need to play.
yep.
Like it's a big problem, and like a
That's
lot of
exactly
goalies.
why when bringing it back to a Bruins thing, that's exactly why I want this Boston Bruins team to be very patient on the Vladar and Swayman aspect.
Mm-hmm. Well,
To
Swayman just got. Didn't he just get on Craig Button's top 75 prospects right now or something like
he
that?
did, he did,
Yeah, yeah. So that's
but
great. That
still, this is his first year of American Hockey League freaking action.
yeah,
He's 7-1. He looks fantastic. He looks
yeah.
like everything that's going to happen. But he's
Mm-hmm.
also somebody that I don't want to take a chance on rushing and end up being the Carter Hart of today.
Exactly.
And I'm not
Exactly.
kidding with you with that. I would much rather have this Boston Bruins organization. Like, there's a rumor that they're talking about re-signing Tuukka Rask and Yaroslav Halak for at least short, minimal deals.
Yeah.
To keep these guys on in Providence, Vladar Swayman, and keep them playing for a full air quotes 76
Mm-hmm.
game season. This prospect pool down in Providence hasn't seen a full season in well over a year. They
Yeah.
get shut down in March, and they're on a 26 game schedule this year. That is not enough for development for me to say these guys need to be brought up with expiring contracts of Tuukka Rask and Yaroslav Halak. No,
Yeah.
it
No.
means I want to see these guys get back into a travel regiment. You're playing more teams than just 3 in a division.
Yeah.
Get into a and then evaluate after
Yes.
next season
Yeah.
if you want to continue. If you want to bring these both in as your next tandem at a low cap hit, awesome. But you
Yeah.
guy, I swear to God, all these goaltenders need Bob Asenza and Mike Denham time before they enter into the NHL full time.
Yeah.
And we
And
need
I
to be
agree.
under regular circumstances, not COVID times, for this to happen.
Yeah. Well, Tuca, they took as much time as they could with him, and then they needed him to come up because times were different back then. Goalies weren't as accessible. It
Yep.
was very hard to keep a number one, or the 1A-B thing wasn't a thing, obviously. It worked out with Tuukka Rask and Tim Thomas, but it was just a fluke organizational
Right.
scramble, if you will, right?
And I heard recently from the Hood Company, which is a milk company down here, that milk cartons are now constructed more stronger.
Yeah, yeah,
That was a
yeah.
joke. Hopefully you
Yeah,
got
yeah,
it.
I know. Yeah, I got it. Yeah. But
I'm usually the funny fail old guy at these jokes. You know what I mean?
no, I got it. But yeah, it's like you said, like the worst thing we could do. Like look at Carter Hart. Now they're talking about mental health. I know we keep beating the drum with Carter Hart, but it's just the issue that's at hand right now. It's the closest one for us to make reference to. But
Yeah, but you kind of have to because you don't want to see that happening in the
no,
future with these goaltenders.
yeah,
I would
yeah,
much rather take a chance with veteran goaltenders at minimal deals. 1 year for Halak, possibly 2 years for Rask.
yep,
Not at $7 million, no
no,
higher than what they're making now, but cap
no,
friendly deals that allow you to take chances on the free agent market to address certain areas of need. And I
yeah.
think that's next season, not this year.
And see, with Rask getting re-signed, um, I, it's going to be one of the best things for us and these kids moving forward. Yeah, you know, you need the coaches' help, the goalie coaches' help, all that stuff. There's part of the ceiling that they need to hit, and there's things that everyone sets right in the goalie coaching world and aspect. It's a whole different ball game than getting younger forwards or defense out, right? So my thing on it is, Sweeney is good at re-signing guys at a low cap hit. So I'm not worried about re-signing Rask or even Halak, if that matters, because I personally think he will not re-sign the first round. We saw it with Torrey Krug, right? He offered the contract he did. Torrey didn't like it. They went their separate ways. So the only thing that would worry me is if both of them are like, well, I don't like that number. They go their separate ways, and then we have to play one or two of the kids, or do what Vancouver did this year and scramble and get somebody like Holtby for way too much money.
All right. Here's another thing. Here's another scenario I'm going to throw at you. And I want you to do the long-winded version of it because I have to use the washroom.
Yep.
So if if Vladar and Swayman are the definite future, and you have Rask, who's injured for at least 2 weeks, with the potential of 8 weeks to come back and kind of get healthy and make a run for the playoffs. We'll talk about that later. But is this a time to really judge what you have for next season and the theory of bringing 2 veterans back? Now, in these 2 weeks, do you give Swayman a taste? And think about that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I will. That's very interesting. I'm going to think about it, yeah. I'm going to answer some questions right now, and we'll get to that question when he gets back so me and Mark can talk about it a bit. But the short-winded version is, I say, why not? Give him a game or two. Don't push him too hard. If he comes up and he doesn't play good, and you send him back down. But I'll bring that back up when Mark comes around. If anyone's still out here, see, Ryan had a couple questions here. Huge again that period, yeah. Our Bruins here sells out rinks. I don't know what that means. Only with term with this top 6 winger. Yeah, I agree with that. It's kind of hard right now because we keep beating the same drum. There's so much uncertainty in today's NHL, and there's so much that we don't know that is going to happen, whether it's going to happen or not. We have the things with the draft coming up. Free agency is going to be wild this year. So one thing I was just saying, Mark, is hold on a second.
Guys, are they fighting each other?
Yeah, they're going at it. 1 second.
That's funny. Hey, while everybody's while Brett's away, I do want to talk about our Patreon account while I have a moment here. If you guys want to get involved in this, it's only $1 per episode on our Black and Gold Hockey podcast. If you donate $1, you get involved in weekly Boston Bruins giveaways, which we give away something from Fanatics that I buy. I buy like a lot of T-shirts or some other calendar kind of stuff. But we also have jerseys, hand-signed player jerseys. This is Charlie Coyle, hand-signed jersey. We're giving this away on April 11th. And for your chance, it's only $1. $1 per episode of the Black and Gold Hockey Podcast. Information is down below. I'll send this to you for $1. Hand signed by the player.
That's a good deal, guys.
Oh man, we have jerseys until January 2022. We have a jersey to give away every freaking month. So get involved as soon as possible.
Yeah, and make sure you check out Mark's pod, guys. It's really good. in-depth bees talk every so often. I'm gonna pump your tires for a second here, Mark. But
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I've been a long-time follower, long-time listener, so it's been awesome to get in on this and do some stuff. I know there's been a couple hiccups, but with my neighbor and everything, and the dogs, but it's been
No
great
worries.
talking. And but anyways, what you asked me before you left there, I got into a little bit when you were gone, but my thing is, why not let the kid have a game too? Don't overload him. Don't, like Vladar, to me, or Vladdy as we'll say, he's gone through the ropes. He's had to go through it the past couple years. He's played professional hockey. He knows what this coaching staff wants. It's your safe bet in my eyes, especially seeing how he played. That being said, do you pull Sway up for a game and give him a look if Halak has been really struggling? Like, if Halak, keeps struggling with his puck tracking, do you bring him up for a game? Let Halak sit on the bench, let Vladdy sit up in the stands, and just see what we really have. But I wouldn't put, like, you don't want it to turn into a Carter Hart situation, like we keep saying. So, like, I don't know. It's a tough call. I would love to see him play at this level because I think he's, gonna be something big at some point. But I also don't want to ruin his trajectory with a couple games. You know what I mean? That means nothing.
No, I do. Brad, I absolutely understand what you're talking about, and yes, I would. But there's certain scenarios that have to be covered before then. Like if the Boston Bruins are out of the playoff spot, you absolutely give this guy a chance. You give Halak more of a freaking chance. If you're well out, if your required numbers to get to the playoffs is way out of reach, give these guys the opportunity. You address certain needs that you want to see when you're contacting Halak and Rask for future, deals. And retain their contracts. But if you're winning and you're in the playoffs, do you really want to give it chances on points to a goaltender that hasn't never played before? And the only reason why I'm saying that is because Vladar is only getting a chance because of injuries. I mean, if Rask and Halak were still riding, we wouldn't be talking about this. We'd be saying Callum Booth is going to be your third goaltender on the taxi squad or your third goaltender because he is a signing that is feasible at that David Ayres break the glass type of moment, but he's not the type of guy that you're going to rely on for long term. Yeah. But also in these COVID times, you could put Vladar and Swayman still down in Providence with a healthy Rask and Halak at the NHL level and develop properly. But because of the injuries, we're getting to see more of this. And I'm all set. I'm very cool with what Vladar's been doing. I'm not happy with the support he's getting in front. That's something I'm pissed off at. But I think he's been dealing with it good. And
he's a big body. He's a really big body. He's not afraid. And that's what I really like about him. I know
his
when we saw him,
is right on.
Oh, he reminds me of a bigger version of Tuukka Rask, the way he slides around in the net. And I know some people are going to hate me saying that. Yeah,
Ben Bishop's another great comparison of maneuverability as a big
Darcy
body.
Kemper, Kemper, another guy who sees the puck great. That and like you said, the development of these guys are, especially with the uncertainty of our future, having two good goalie prospects. That's a good, what's it called? Like what happened with the New York Rangers? You know what I mean? Like they had a tough decision to make with letting Lundqvist go, but like those are the types of decisions. Yeah, like those are the types of decisions you want to be making. You have two great guys that, you have to choose between one, but let's hope it never gets there. But it's a good problem to have, is what I'm saying. And I don't want their development to be pushed aside because we need to win a hockey game, but we're not, like you said, we're not in the playoff picture, and you're pushing these kids. That's not what I want to see. I want to see them come in not in the playoff picture and just be relaxed, figure it out, get into this stuff, because it's different. Every level of hockey is different. NCAA, Europe, CHL, AHL, it's all different, right? And especially different for goalies. Goalies very, very rarely, do goalies come in like Carter Hart or Carey Price, or you just don't see it. It could screw up their development, and I think that's what we're seeing with Carter Hart now. And I don't personally don't want to see that with our goalies.
No, especially with Jeremy Swayman, because the fact is that Dan Vladar has been a 2015 third-round draft pick. He's seen time in the USHL, which is kind of a rare thing. It's not such a rare thing, but for him to learn the 200-foot game over the international game over in the Czech Republic so quickly, I think he wanted to go to college but couldn't make it. But played with the Chicago Steel and did very well as a backup there, and then signing an entry level deal, and then starting off in Atlanta so early. I think that the slow stewing of him being in the levels has been really beneficial. I mean, his numbers, when you think about his record, win-loss, are not going to be great when you look at it. But when you look at his save percentage and his goals against average, that's something that's very attractive for the future of this Boston Bruins team and the way he plays, because he is so good. I mean, being a big guy, 6'5", 6'4", whatever he is, down low, he's just unstoppable. But he's also another goaltender that plays that low style, that has a weak glove hand and so on.
Yeah, it's just like you said, it's his mobility that is impressive to me. The way he can push from side to side, like there was a couple times he got left to hang out to dry last game against Pittsburgh, and it was tough to watch because you're watching a kid who battles every shift. Every time the puck is around him, he's battling, pushing players out of the way. I forget who it was. Somebody stormed in on him, and he gave him a big blocker to the face, because it's like, he owns that crease, and you can tell he takes pride in owning that crease. And it's like you said, look at guys like Markstrom. It took him a little bit, but he's one of the better goalies in the NHL. Robert Leonard. It took him a little while to figure out. But these bigger goalies, they have to adapt the style of their play for the NHL. In other leagues, you're allowed to be big and just stop the puck. I think that translates a little different coming into the NHL, where these guys have to learn the mobility of the game. That now guys are picking the puck up behind the net, throwing. You know what I mean? The game is constantly changing at this level, and I just think once the bigger guys figure it out, they have a good time owning their crease, and I'm excited to see Vladar do that. To be honest.
Yeah, absolutely. Any taste of the NHL, until Rask is healthy and so on, is so beneficial, because this is just great stuff for his future. This is just a great taste of what's going to happen. And I think that he's going to be a valuable part of what moving forward with the Bruins organization, thinking about the crease time, what they're going to do with Tuukka, what they're going to do with Yarrow, and aggressively think about building from the crease out, because obviously if you think about it as a organizational thing and a prospect thing, we do have two great goaltenders that are in the mix. I mean, they're very green and so on, but it's also something to build on when you want to switch the scenario and just say, listen, where do we need to address more? Do we need to have $9 million locked into two goaltenders, or do we want to have under $2 million into goaltenders and address the forward situation, or address the defensive situation and support those guys with more goals, more shutdown style defensemen, and so on? It's just, it's such a great thing to think about when you think as a Bruins fan, because even though they're struggling and kind of going up and down right now, the future still looks good. But how it's managed is always going to be the question.
And another thing, going back to your question about giving Sway a chance or not, the one thing I like about them making the choice with Vladar, which we all thought it would be the most appropriate, just
Seniority.
because, like, yeah, just the way he went through the lineup, you got to give the kid a chance. But one thing is, he played with all these kids that were injecting into the lineup. They're all friends. They've all played. It's like the same thing as you said when Bruce Cassidy came up with those guys, with Carlo and them. They all built this camaraderie, and just seeing, he seems like a great kid. Everyone on the team loves him. Like, you see the behind the scenes videos. You can tell they're all joking with him. Like they all like to not pick on him, but poke fun here and there. Like, he had that huge save on Sports Center, and I saw Bergie was like, "Oh, look, you're on the TV," and they're like joking at the
Da-da-da,
team dinner.
da-da-da.
Yeah, and it's just, you love to see him come into the locker room and it not be weird or awkward, or you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
because goalies, that happens when a goalie
We're all
comes up,
fucked up.
steals.
We're all fucked
Yeah,
up, honestly. We're
yeah, like they
crazy
all.
fucking people.
Yeah, yeah. Realistically, you're stealing someone's job when you look at it, right? So just to see that they were having so much fun with him, they got him his puck. I was watching behind the B, him and Zaboro talking in their native language to each other on the ice. Like, that just genuinely makes me feel good as a fan to see how much fun he's having and how well he's doing at all levels. Like you said, it wasn't easy for him. He had
Yeah.
struggles. There was times where we were like, is this kid gonna pan out? Look, he worked.
One of the best things about hearing about Vladar getting his time in the NHL now, and even when he started a couple weeks ago, was that the push from the coaching staff. Bob Asenza and Mike Dunham were real big proponents of him getting that start over a high profile NCAA prospect like Jeremy Swayman. They were very, very involved in this is Dan's time, because
Mm-hmm.
from the I've been in the locker rooms interviewing guys. I've talked to Bob. I've talked to Mike since he's been with the organization at development camps, and both of them have mentioned that the workload, the work ethic, is so important to these guys, and to be better, to be a part of the organization is just a shoe in. It's what you do, it's how hard you work, and the drive that makes you a valued asset to this Boston Bruins organization. And what Dan Vladar is seeing right now is like unbelievable good karma for an organization that is looking for the next type of crease god, the next type of goaltender that could be a Boston Bruins freaking trendsetter when it comes to stats like Tuukka Rask and so on, as much as people hate him and so on. But this is how everything starts. And
Yep.
Vladar is the type of player that strives to be better on a daily basis. And I don't think that they would put him in a situation where he would be like not to exceed. And then
Mm-hmm.
his mental state would take a hit on that, and then being prepared for the future would take a step back. This is just awesome freaking stuff for him to absorb
Yep.
and be ready for something in the immediate future.
Yeah, it's super exciting. Like I said to you, it's a good problem to have. Two great goaltenders, and then also, like you said, you have to build from the crease out these days. If you don't have a goal, look at Carolina, man. They've had put up great teams the past couple of years, but they don't have the saves. We swept them because we just played Columbus before, who had Bobrovsky standing on his head. So we had to work for those goals, and then we exposed the fact, hey, this team doesn't have that great of goalies. Like, don't get me wrong, Reimer, he's taking a beating from the Bruins, but Mrazek, like, he never really panned out like they thought
That's
he would, right?
Steve Dangle's favorite goaltender.
Oh yeah, Yeah, so I like another thing I was going to ask you, the defense that we drafted in this last draft. You might know a little, or you obviously would know a little more than me. I think one of the kids that Lowry, I don't know how to
Mason Lorai.
Lowry. Okay, thank you.
Lorai.
He
Yep.
he was put on that list too of
Yes.
top 75 prospects.
Yeah, it was him and
I've seen
Swayman
some videos.
from Craig Button, right?
Yep, yep. And I saw some videos, and that is very promising because it was a lot of question marks when his name got called in the draft.
Yeah, reach, big reach. The word reach. One thing that I know, and many Boston Bruins fans know is that Don Sweeney and coaching staff, I'm sorry, scouting staff, are character guys, and I
Yep.
think that they saw something with Mason Lohrei, the defenseman. He's a big defenseman, like he's the size of like Dougie Hamilton,
Okay.
and very compared to that type of skill. But
Yeah. Yeah.
he also went to Carver, which is a military school. So there's the
Okay.
character thing, the
Yeah.
commitment
Yeah.
thing, you have the size, you have the ability, you have the mobility for somebody that is going to be important to us in the near future. So he's been playing for Green Bay Gamblers of the USHL the past couple seasons. This is definitely his breakout year. He's having a
Yeah.
point per game season and so on, which is unbelievable after his draft year. But he hasn't even seen college hockey yet. He's committed to
Yeah.
Ohio State. So I want to see the tradition of how easy this league might be for a point per game player to the transition of being an NCAA player in an Ohio State organization freaking scheme and how
Yeah.
he's managed and so on. So I think it's going to be good. There's a lot of potential there and so on. And the way that everything's being worked out with the defenseman that we currently have right now under contract and in the system, I think it'd be good for him to at least stay till his senior year. I'm not going to put the VC tag on him that say he might go elsewhere, but I think he's happy to be a Boston Bruins prospect. He wants to be a part of this whole organization. But there's a lot of great things to freaking see from Mason. I mean, his mobility through a zone, like he carries the puck.
He looks like a tall Torrey Krug. That's what he reminds me of, the way he skates around.
If you, I'm seeing it from different angles. Okay, Brett. If you watch a bunch of like Bobby Orr, and I'm not. The comparison's probably already going to get people freaked out. But if you watch the way Bobby Orr played back in the day, and you watch him gather the puck around the net and skate through all 3 zones, and you see him make these subtle like shoulder movements, head movements. Mason Lohrei, as a big, rangy defenseman, does the same thing, that he just makes these movements that others don't think that he's actually going to be able to like go this way. And he just fakes and just goes right by him like nothing happened.
Yeah, that's what
that's at the USHL level too.
Exactly. And it's like you said, I've noticed, like you were saying the very, very beginning of the stream, about you would like Sweeney to draft more geographically rather than have his blinders on. And that's something we're seeing a lot is in the NHL as a whole, the USHL, the BCHL. Like Cale Makar was a BCHL player that ended up, did he go to UMass, right?
Yep, he did.
End? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's totally different animal because it's so unpredictable because it's so new. I think, at least, this whole, because I know the USHL has been around for a while, but the way that we're picking from it now is, I don't know, it's a new age. Like you said, like we'll see what happens when he gets to Ohio State. Hopefully he can keep sustaining that type of pressure. But from the videos I've seen of him dancing through the neutral zone, it looks pretty promising to me so far.
Oh, he's a heavy hitter. and he can
Yeah,
score too. He's got a blistering
yeah.
shot, and he's got some offensive capabilities
He's
that can get you
huge.
from the blue line closer to the goal line. But he's also got some a bit of some nastiness.
Mm,
Look back, do some research on on YouTube, and put in Mason Lowry high hit. I mean, there's a couple
okay.
times that he comes in because he's a bigger body defenseman and so on. He comes into body contact, obviously higher, but he
Yeah,
just crushes people too.
yeah.
But you know,
He's a big boy. So what about
yeah,
on the NCAA talk of this, John Beecher? What's his ceiling to you
always
personally? Like, not what everyone else is saying, because I know ever since he got that injury, people are kind of like, we'll see what happens. But I, watching World Juniors, love his play, love his intensity. But again, NCAA is such, like, when we saw Bjork in the NCAA, he was lighting it up.
yeah.
The game didn't really translate, right?
For me, John Beecher is going to pretty much take the same path to the NHL as Trent Frederick's doing. Trent
Okay.
Frederick's a natural center. Mel Pearson at the Michigan has been using Beecher on the left side and the middle on several occasions. Whether I know I've said this pretty much all the time, every time I talk to about John Beecher, whether
Yep.
Mel Pearson, head coach, is using the advice of Don Sweeney or anybody on the coaching staff to try to get John to the NHL faster by using the left wing side, as it's been so effective with younger players like um, uh, Trent Frederick, or on the right side, Jack Studnicka.
Yep.
But I like John's game. He had shoulder surgery on the 28th, reported by Dom Tiano on Twitter. So he's most likely going to be returning for his junior year at Michigan. There's a
Yeah.
rumor
I
going
think I
around
saw
that there's a rumor going around that he's going to be signed to a pro contract. Not sure if that holds much water yet, but we'll see if that's true or not. But my projection for him was always a third line center.
Yeah.
And regardless of where he was picked, first round, last round, second round, whatever, that was where it's going to be. So it's hard for me to like actually land where he's going to be in a Bruins lineup in the future, but a third line center is not a bad thing, because
Nope.
that's where exactly Trent Frederick was pretty much landed at, and that's the pretty much the area that's gotten him to the NHL so far. And as of right now, I'm pretty happy with that progression and the way that Trent's freaking been figuring it out so far.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. No, and I was
John's
just curious because,
John's got okay.
sorry. No, I was just gonna say, just because I don't see as much NCAA stuff up in Canada, right?
You
So I
should.
was just curious. I know I will now. It's a little more accessible now. So now I've been trying to tune in, but for the past couple of years, it's just been so tough. Like, I see them in the World Juniors, right? Everybody when they're in the World Juniors, because World Juniors is so big in Canada.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's like a month before they're counting down the days to Boxing Day.
Brett, what do you do for work?
I
If you
currently
don't mind
am.
me asking.
Yeah, no problem. I work at a factory right now making car parts, but I also do like uh, filmmaking and videography.
Really?
Yeah, so I went to
How come you
college
haven't
for
asked
that.
for a job yet at BNG?
I don't know. I wanted to get on a live stream first and get to, so you could get to know me.
So this is a good interview, right?
Yeah. I'd hope so. Yeah.
Oh no, it's been unbelievable. I really
Yeah,
want to
man. I've
thank you
had a
so
great
much for
time.
the time. We're going
Yeah.
for you joined later on, but I
Yeah.
guarantee you've
Yeah.
been here for at least 4 hours. So
Yeah.
that I
4
really
hours and
appreciate,
18. My
man.
God. Yeah,
And
man.
if you
No,
have
it's
a
been
lady
awesome.
friend, please tell her I said thank you.
Yeah, yeah. That's who's been whipping the dogs into shape for me. Yeah, yeah. No, I told her
That's
today.
awesome.
I was like, I'm gonna be on a live stream. It's a big deal. I need the
It's a
laptop
big
and
deal.
stuff for a couple hours. Yeah,
I love it. I
yeah.
love it. Well,
No,
hey,
man.
listen, honestly, if you find anything that you might be creative at and so on, please reach out in a DM. Let
Yeah,
me know if you want to be a part of this because we're a growing digital media content entity that is always looking for more people to get involved. And whether you're a writer, video guy, sound guy, or if you want to start your own podcast, man, we
yeah.
have two openings for a lot of shit. So let me know.
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, we'll definitely talk a little more off air about it. But yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity today to come on. I've been a big fan of your guys. No, sorry to fanboy, but I've been a big fan of your guys for a while now. So
I
I've
appreciate that.
yeah, it just hasn't worked out with times with work and stuff, me getting on a live
Yep.
stream. But I watched the last one and I was like chomping at the bit, like, I wish I was in there because it was some good talks. I forget who you had on. Um, it was the
Oh, it
talkie
was
day.
the it was Steve McEachran.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
he's from the
yeah,
Maritimes and a
yeah,
diehard Bruins fan. So yeah, it was.
yeah,
I love Steve. He's a great guy.
yeah. It was good chats. It was good chats.
We'll definitely do more of this stuff because you've been
Yeah.
a solid freaking trooper. So
Oh yeah, thanks, man. I've really appreciated. Like I said, being on, having a good time. Fuck, had a couple brewskis.
yeah, oh
Only
yeah,
dropped a couple F bombs, which
pink
was good.
two
Yeah.
pink wits so far.
Cheers,
That's not
brother.
bad.
Mm.
Yeah, cheers, my friend. Thank you so much.
No,
Um,
anytime. Yeah.
how's your girl doing? She okay?
Yeah, she's good. She was taking care of that lady outside for a bit, so she had a whole bunch going on today.
Man, I hope that woman is okay.
Yeah, like
Jesus.
older people, they don't, especially with what's going on. She didn't want to go to the hospital, and I'm looking at her leg, and I'm like, that thing is broken. You gotta go to the
Oh,
hospital.
oh
Yeah, it was pretty
man.
rough.
Was it like
Yeah,
watching the Ekblad thing?
yeah, it was rough.
Oh,
Yeah, and they wanted
oh,
me to
that's
help
so
her up
bad.
into the car, and I was like, let's just call the ambulance. Like, I don't want to break it even more. Like,
Yeah,
I
have the
know
pros do
just
it.
yeah, like with sports injuries, they don't touch anything, right? Until
Yep.
the
No, leave him alone.
yeah,
Yeah.
you can't touch
Damn.
anything. Yeah, 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 yeah. Well, my old lady's making dinner right now, so I think I'm gonna hop off. But I've had an
Awesome.
unbelievable time talking today. We're gonna keep in
Yes,
contact.
we are,
Sorry.
man. Yes, we
Yeah,
are. Absolutely.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
It has been
DM me
awesome.
with some ideas and so on. And
Yeah, I will. I have a couple ideas about like weekly roundups or like daily roundups, like a quick little 50-second to 2-minute video, just what happened to the day, so people don't have to go into what the Bruins post and read the whole thing. Just a couple breakdown key points, but
there you
I don't
go.
know. We can talk later about it.
Absolutely, man.
Yeah. All right,
All
man.
right.
Well, it was
Brett,
great getting to
Brett,
know you.
yeah, dude, absolutely. I was so
It's awesome.
I'm very impressed. Over 4 hours of sitting here just shooting the shit about our favorite team. So I
Yeah,
really
man.
appreciate it. Do me a favor, everybody that's still involved in the stream right now, go follow the Bear Tracks on Twitter.
Yeah.
He's a great guy and so on. And Brett, thank you so much for joining me. I
No
really
problem, man.
appreciate it.
Everybody keep listening to the podcast. It's great. I love it. That's how I got here. So I'm just having fun with a good Bruin friend here.
Awesome.
All
All
right,
right, man.
man.
Have a great meal and enjoy the rest of
Yeah.
your weekend.
Talk to you later, Mark.
Take care, bud. All right. We are done. This stream is over. That was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for everybody for coming in here and doing their part of supporting. Please go to, let me put this banner up real quick. Patreon.com. Sign up to be a Patreon member. You can win a jersey once a month or a Bruins related item once a week. And we do a $1 per episode kind of thing, but we want to give back to our financial supporters as much as possible. So we roll in half of what we make into prizes. So I really want to thank Brett for coming on. Sorry, I forgot his name. It was a great time, great day, great win. The team needs to get better. 7-5 is not good enough. We need to win 4-0. We need to win 4-1, 4-2 kind of games. But with that being said, I need to get something to eat and grab another drink. But thank you so much, guys, for really, really supporting all that we do here at BNG Productions. You guys are unbelievable. And be safe, stay healthy. We're getting there. We're getting there. I know as of October, we're going to be fully on board with just getting back to reality. We're traveling. We're going to games. We're doing our thing. Shout out to Chris Blackie. What a game to be at for this first time in 30 years. So, peace out, guys. I love you. Bye.